share screen.
Dr. Yashasvi, let us start.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay.
Everybody see the PPT?
Yes.
Okay.
Let this screen open. Okay, let this screen open. Let this screen open. Make it full screen, means F5.
Yes.
Okay, let this screen open. Dr. Pankaj Aggarwal sir is there?
Yes, I am there.
Yes. Okay. No? So I am disabling the practice mode and going for broadcast mode. Good evening, everyone.
Okay, good evening.
Good evening, everyone.
Yeah. To pay tribute on the occasion of the death anniversary of Dr. Hahnemann, HomeoMentors Academy has brought to you a talk with eminent speakers of the field across the country through this online platform at the time of this devastating corona pandemic. This situation across the globe has made all of us to rethink our governance issues, resource availability, and tranquility of medico-social in particular and the community in general. What do we want to achieve through these webinars, this series of webinars? The aim is actually to monitor the platform to offer the most interactive way to share and learn homeopathic knowledge of the day-to-day practice, medical ethics of conduct, medical research, writing and publication, and to know and get acquainted with the advancement in science and the modus operandi, the way homeopathic medicine works. To start the webinar, I would like to ask Professor Dr. Pankaj Aggarwal sir to say a few words to initiate this webinar, today's webinar. Pankaj Aggarwal sir, please.
Good evening, everyone. Respected Dr. Mahata, co-host of today's webinar, all the panelists and the presenter, and all esteemed participants, attendees. Today we know a very important day for all of us homeopathic doctors, 2nd July, when our master Dr. Samuel Hahnemann has actually left his physical presence and remained with us with his teachings. And first of all, myself, along with all panelists and everyone, every homeopathic doctor, I extend my respectful homage to this noble soul, for which we all are here in this webinar. We all are sitting in our clinics. We all are trying to fight out this pandemic with the knowledge, with the skill of homeopathy. Just to remember Samuel Hahnemann, in the words of James Cross, Dr. James Cross, he is one of the epochal figures. Among the four, he is the fourth one: Hippocrates, Galen, Paracelsus, and then Hahnemann. We can read the details in the introduction to the 6th edition of the Ognon, published by Dr. Puri. And this is what James Cross told about Master Hahnemann, that he made a revolutionary reform in the field of art of medicine by experimenting and experiencing and teaching ceasit effectus, ceasit causa. Seize the effect and all the cause will cease. In the time when all were only looking for tolle causam, remove the cause. Now, in these circumstances, if we see, 2nd July, Master left the world. He was buried on 11th July. And after some time, he was again reburied in a better place. And what was the last wish? We all know that he wanted to write an epitaph, non inutilis vixi, that is, I have not lived in vain. True, within our heart and soul, that man, he did not live in vain. Rather, he not only talked about the provings of the drugs, he made a very different dynamic pharmacology by proving some 100 drugs in his time that is available in Pura and chronic disease, except one, that is Surinam. Maybe because of the legal issues, he could not publish that, remained in the archives. But then, if we see what was his last words to his second wife, Madame Malini, he told his second wife, "We will meet in eternity." These are the last words by Master Hahnemann while leaving this earth as his physical presence. And lastly, I would say that though Master is not with us physically, but he is with us in form of his teachings, in form of his organon of medicine, less writings. And today, when we all are passing through a pandemic, I must say that the word epidemic has been used in the whole organon some about 44 times. So we can understand that how much importance Master has given to this and how important teachings it will be for all of us. So at the last, I would say that every one of us must follow and serve the suffering humanity by learning his teachings and the skill. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Pankaj Aggarwal. And now let me introduce our today's my co-host, and for the day is Dr. Yashasvi Shakdvipiya. Namaskar. Namaste.
Namaste.
Good evening. Yeah.
Good evening.
She did her graduation with gold medal from Bharati Vidyapeeth, Pune, Maharashtra, and post-graduation in repertory from RAU, Jodhpur. Currently, she is pursuing her PhD. Now she is working as an assistant professor at the Homeopathic University, Jaipur. She is having around 10 years of clinical experience and teaching experience of around 7 years. She has mentored PG residents for 5 years, PGR for 5 years, and been teacher coordinator of STSA scheme of Central Council for Research in Homeopathy, and also co-editor of an annual peer-reviewed Journal of Homeopathy University for Journal of Homeopathy University for 5 years. Dr. Yashasvi Shakdvipiya, you are welcome to the webinar. Please go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Sir. So thank you very much, Dr. Halder. And first of all, I pay my homage to Dr. Hahnemann. He is the great soul. He is still directing all of us in practicing homeopathy. And also, I would like to thanks all the panelists of the day. This is a very big platform for all of us to come together with panelists like Dr. Mahata, Dr. Pankaj Aggarwal, Dr. Biswajit Basu, Dr. Vandana ma'am. So thank you very much, and I am highly obliged to be part of this panel and being a co-host of this evening. Thank you very much, Dr. Suman, for providing me this platform. So as Dr. Suman has introduced us with the aim of this webinar series for promoting knowledge and providing a platform for excellence of webinars. So for today's talk, we have around 8 panelists among us. Please allow me to brief you about the topics of the panelists first. So first topic is by Dr. Mahata about homeopathy works in routine treatment as well as in pandemics, and then explainable by advanced science by none other than a very renowned physicist and great supporter of homeopathy, Dr. Mahata. Then the second session will be by Dr. Biswajit Basu. He is chairman of BA, and his topic is scope of research in accordance with homeopathic principles, which will be followed by a session of Dr. Vandana that will be on integrating research practices in homeopathic medicine. Then Dr. Suman Bagchi will be talk about modus operandi of homeopathic medicine in list of a new concept. Whereas our renowned practitioner, Professor Dr. Pankaj Aggarwal will be talking about homeopathy is holism and ethical dilemmas of practicing homeopathy during COVID-19 pandemic. This session will be by me only. And Dr. Bikash Biswas, he is youngest among all of us. He will be taking a topic of effectiveness of homeopathy in the prevention of outbreak, disease and its cure. And last session will be by our host of the evening, that is demystifying medical research paper writing and publication. So as well, before starting with the proper sessions, I would like our audience to please use this Q&A section of this application, and you can send all your queries and questions over there, which we will be discussing at the concluding session of today. So with that, let me introduce the first speaker. He is none other than Dr. Professor Dr. Chitranjan Mahata, sir. So he need not any introduction to be given to him. He is such a great physicist, electronical engineer graduate, postgraduate and PhD from Calcutta University. And he served in the same Calcutta University till 99 and then retired from there only. And he also did his super specialization at Moscow Power Institute under the Indo-Soviet Cultural Exchange Program. But apart from that, the main thing we all know that he is highly involved in the mechanics of modus operandi of homeopathic medicines. And this is his passion to understand the structure and the modus operandi of action of homeopathic medicines. But with a very regretful condition, I would like to tell you that due to some internet broadband failure at his end, he will personally not be attending this session, but his part will be given by Dr. Suman Bagchi on his behalf only. And Dr. Bagchi is graduate from Calcutta only, and Mahesh Bhattacharya, sorry, and postgraduate from D&D College, okay, and he is PhD from Homeopathy University, Jaipur. So currently he is working as an homeopathic medical officer at Chhattisgarh government. Okay, so Dr. Bagchi, please let's start with your session for Dr. Mahata.
Okay, thank you, ma'am, for introducing me. Actually, and also thanks to all the speakers today. Actually, on behalf of Dr. Mahata sir, today I'd like to discuss his the PPT PowerPoint and try to explain his concept. Actually, his total PowerPoint, his topic is today, homeopathy works in routine treatment as well as pandemics and is explainable by advanced science. Next, his total PPT is divided into two parts. First, some few PPTs are described relating to homeopathy and the current scenario regarding. But after it described his own works, that is the nanoscience. The first of I like to mention here, the effective in routine treatments. In routine treatments, millions and millions of pupils are cured by homeopathy. So its efficacy as a healthcare system need not to be re-emphasized. We ignore the untenable slandering of homeopathy, calling it as a placebo effect. I have handled it in a number of my publications. Actually, here I like to mention that he has more than 50 publications in peer-reviewed journals relating to the nanoscience. Homeopathy prescribes medicine based on totality of symptoms. Next, corona attack and homeopathy. Because these are the common, everybody will know that the symptoms, the medicines and symptoms of corona attack are dry cough, sneezing, body pain, weakness, high fever, breathing difficulty, and so on. So the medicines for corona attack turn out to be Briony alba. Actually, because just recently, the Nominath Homeopathic Medical College, they prescribed the Briania for 42 patients and cured the COVID 42 patients within 3 to 4 days. And also the medicines come in the repertory next: Lycopodium clavatum, arsenic album, etc. Number of success has been reported by the media like ABP News, G24 Ghanta, 24 hours, G24 Ghanta. We have to wait for statistical data. Next, homeopathy and pandemic. Historically, track record of homeopathy is better than other systems in handling epidemics and pandemics. It started with Hahnemann himself in curing scarlet fever using belladonna and aconite nap. Later on, we find success on homeopathy in treating epidemics like cholera, yellow fever, smallpox, Spanish flu, etc. I would like to refer two good studies in this regard as given below. That is the studies link here mentioned, the homeopathy and pandemic related, the base studies. Next, bias against homeopathy. J. Winston observes homeopathy has been very effective in treating many of the epidemics during the 19th and early 20th centuries. Why the success are not better known is a subject for conjecture. It could be that most would rather not see the ineffectiveness of the conventional therapeutics nor accept the efficacy of homeopathy. This is the general trend and it continues in our time also. Then the fight of homeopathy. So homeopathy, actually the homeopathic slide, I don't like to explain the more thing because everybody knows the regarding the situations and regarding the homeopathic. So homeopathy has to fight not only the against corona, but also from a disbelief how a potentized substance devoid of any trace of starting material can have any therapeutic value. Till now, it has not no satisfactory scientific explanation. It is a 2-century-old mystery. Chemical agencies above 12C will be just the vehicle of potentization, namely water as indicated by Avogadro number 6.023 in 2023. It will be discussed in later. Why does the mystery continue? Pondering over it for several years, I came to the conclusion that it is due to general failure to comprehend the medicinal value of things in total absence of the starting material. It may be attributed to widespread obsession with the gross materialistic outlook that every medicine must have its own chemistry, but high dilution preparation challenge its validity. For curative, power is real criteria of a substance to be accepted as a medicine. So homeo researcher must think differently. Thinking differently. I feel tempted so to say that only demonstration of scientific basis will give homeopathy its legitimate status. Evidences have failed to silence the critics. It is a fact that aqueous high dilutions are chemically just H2O. So attention has to be focused on water for the desired answer. Logical compulsion is that here water gets converted into medicine. It may appear as strange, but is a perfectly logical and irrefutable idea. The question is how this conversion occurs. Now, that is the main portion of SAD study. That is the nanoscience comes. The speciality of water is the clue. Actually, the previous slides just starting at the homeopathy. But why? The speciality of the water is the clue. Actually, to carry the power of a medicine in high dilution requires some things which is not vulnerable. And water, for that reason, water is chosen first. Because why water is chosen? Because water has the 3 points. Number one, 3 properties. First property is at the room temperature, ordinary water contains the icicle-like particles. That is also said mentioned here. The innumerable teeny ice-like structures float in water even at room temperature. So what is the implication? If the water is to hold the medicinal value, that is the water has a special structure. And so it is capable of to carry out the medicinal properties in a high dilutions. That is first property of water. Now, the second property, water forms some crystals are so varied in number that practically no two ice crystals are identical. It is important. The water which forms the crystals, but they are no two identicals, these ice crystals. And what is the implication? The homeopathic medicines and potencies are also very large. So the induced structures must have a large variety. So also, like the second property also fulfilled. And also now the third property. The third property is shape and size of the molecular structures are influenced by ions, impurities, even large number of foreign molecules. So structures are induced by, now here the implication is very important. Implication are that below the actually the 12 potencies, some skeptics are said that after 12 potency, there is no, it contains no Avogadro number. So it is homeopathy acts like a placebo. There is no present the starting material. So the third point of water, the implication that below the 12 potency, these structures are induced by the starting material. But after 12 potency, the structures are induced by the previous potency. Induced by previous potency. So the potency remains same from the starting to up to the high dilutions. The starting materials of homeopathy and its dilution may be included here. The premise was tested first by nuclear magnetic resonance spectrometer. It helped us to formulate a structural model of the medicine way back in 1995. The initial structure model. The medicinal value of a sufficiently potentized homeopathic medicine has to be connected not with any crude presence of the original medicine, but with induced structural modifications in the form of various macromolecular or crystalline arrangements of the molecules of the vehicle. Actually, here, so I'd like to discuss that the medicinal value of a sufficiently potentized homeopathic medicine has to be connected not with any crude presence of the original medicine, but with induced structures. Actually, when after potentizations, there is formed the hydrogen bonded ions. And these hydrogen bonded ions, it is not stable like. It continuously varies from structure to structure. And they ultimately, and this according to the structure, they are named variously. Just I like them slide in later. Next, post facto supports for the premise. Speciality of water is backed advanced science. Eventually the ice-like structure. Actually, I have mentioned the second point of a water. That is the first character of the water is in normal temperature, it looks like a icicle structures were identified to be dissipative. They are thermodynamically non-equilibrium systems that can generate order spontaneously by exchanging energy with the environment and transform small-scale irregularities into large-scale patterns. This work gave Nobel Prize in Chemistry to Lea Prigogine in 1977. Next, speciality of water is backed by. Now the quantum electrodynamic, that is now the terms come the coherent dominance. Actually, this coherent dominance, it is a hydrogen bonded ions and it is produced after the potentizations. Quantum electrodynamic predicts ice-like structures called coherent dominance in water at room temperature, which are same as dissipative structures. Bulk water turns out to be a mixture of coherent and incoherent water, confirmed experimentally. Now the implications. That is, the implication is water has the potential to hold the medicinal information in dissipative structures. Now, what is the dissipative structures? It is also called today the dissipative structures. Actually, according to the hydrogen bonded ions from the 1965, they are named. First, Bruno named it is a. Then first 1965 it was named. Then 1986, the Mahata sir also named that is a coherent dominance. Now also it is known as Clathrates models. Okay. Now the water has the potential to hold the medicinal information in dissipative structures, which are found to have tremendous persistence and survive drying that may generate by the homeopathic potentization protocol through dilutions. It is the reference. Now, what we find? NMR, that means nuclear magnetic resonance data, proved that point in general. But for more efficient identification of medicines, we turn to dielectric dispersions. Actually, there are so many papers published on this dielectric dispersions technique and atomic force microscope. Results were published in more than a dozen articles in peer-reviewed national and international journals supporting the idea, just I have mentioned here. But pictures obtained from AFM are more convincing. That means atomic force microscope. They provide a visual proof. It is akin to identifying a person by his or her photo. Now, the atomic force microscope study is a simple tool. High persistence of dissipative structures opened up the possibility of a simple experimental verification. We can put one drop of the solution on a glass slide, dry it, and get a residue that is contrary to normal expectation and takes a picture. Actually, I'd like to discuss here the method explained, the original method. First, there are 3 beakers with the water is takes place. And in first beaker, there are few drops of homeopathic medicine, 2 drops of medicine takes. Then they shakily gentle, they're shakily. Why? Because the medicine also contains some amount of alcohol. Next, from one part of this first glass, also take water, some few water, and it poured into the second part of second beaker. And then also the gently shake. Next, some parts also take from it and again pour into the third beaker. Now after the third beaker, one portion of water, one part of water is taken and it is placed on a slide, and then it is placed into hot water bath to evaporate the water, because homeopathic medicine contain both alcohol and water. So after completely drying, the solid material only remain, and now it is placed under the electron microscope. That mentioned here, we can put one drop of the solution on a glass slide and dry it up and get a residue that is contrary to normal expectation and take it this picture by an AFM. We performed this experiment with a number of medicines, so are reproduced below. Now, these are the pictures. It is some calcarea first dilution 10 to the power 12 in situ dilution of 10 to the of 8 million. Now next picture is calcarea first dilution 10 to the power 60 in situ dilution of 8 million. Then calibichromicum of dilution 10 to the power 12 in situ dilution 200, and calibichromicum dilution 10 to the 60 in situ dilution 200. Then it is a silicea of dilution 10 to the power 12. That's next, silicea of dilution 10 to the 60 in situ dilution of 200, right picture actually. Then arnica montana of dilution 10 to the power 12 in situ dilution of 200 left, and arnica montana of dilution 10 to the power 60 in situ dilution of 200, right. Next, cuprum mate of dilution 10 to the power 12 in situ dilution of 200, and cuprum of dilution 10 to the 60 in situ dilution of 200, right. Then it is a pulsatilla dilution 10 to the 12 and 10 to the 60. Now, what are the pictures suggest? Nanoparticles that are produced while attenuating through the titration process, and or the starting materials themselves influence CDs. CDs means coherent dominants, which are already discussed in early slides, in solvent to form characteristic dissipative structures. That is the main concept. It is the form the dissipative structures. Succussion breaks them, but they grow up due to their self-aggregative nature. Growth and multiplication of dissipative structures sustains potentization process. So Avogadro limit loses its relevance. So that means, next slide, what is the dissipative structures the information carries? AFM pictures of different medicines are different. They seem to suggest that water, namely the dissipative structures generated therein, carry the information related to various medicines along with their potencies. Variously structured distributed molecular clusters of water serve as various medicines. Next, final structural model. A substance is to be recognized as a medicine if it has the capability of curing disease, while its medicinal property is to be attributed to molecular structure of associated water or if distinct chemical substance when it exists. This concept accommodates homeopathy as well as non-homeopathy. Now, that is the reference. Now, thank you. Actually, it is a vast topic. So, I like to, I understand a very small. And today I like to share on behalf of Dr. Mahata sir. Okay, thanks, Dr. Yashasvi.
Thank you, Dr. Suman. So it was a great talk, and thank you very much on behalf of Dr. Mahata also, Suman. You have given us a good time and you have very nicely narrated his concept also. So I think our audience also got benefited by this. And for the young homeopath, it is a good platform to understand that how beyond the chemical compositions, we can explain the action of our homeopathic drugs. So after that, I would like to introduce our next author of the day, Dr. Biswajit Basu sir. So he is a graduate from Calcutta University and MD from same, and he is currently a chairperson of the Bengal Academy of Applied Homeopathy, life member of HAMAE, and a faculty department of Materia Medica, and also D&A Homeopathic Medical College and Hospital, Calcutta, nominated faculty mentor and guide for Hahnemann College of Homeopathy, London. He is practicing homeopathy for about last 30 years and is a renowned practitioner of homeopathy. And he has presented papers in many national and international conferences of Liga conferences also, and authored 3 books, namely Family History, an illustration on the family history, an expedition on carcinosin, and an exposition on thyroidinum. So he's a very renowned practitioner, and I hope that our audience will be greatly benefited by his talk on the scope of research in accordance with homeopathic principles. So without wasting much of time, Basu sir, I would like you to continue with your session.
Namaskar. Good evening to everybody. At the outset, I pay my gratitude and thanks to the organizer for giving me the opportunity to share my views in a particular day, the day of remembrance. In this particular day, our Master Hahnemann passed away in this mundane world, but his spirit and his voice is within us. We should be the torchbearer of Hahnemannian principles and practice. My today's topic is scope of research in accordance with homeopathic principles. First of all, I would like to quote from our master what he said: "No science, no art, even no craft has progressed so little with the march of time. No science has remained so far behind in its original imperfection as the science of medicine. Our medical science requires a complete reformation from head to foot. The process of reformation started in the hands of Hahnemann. We are supposed to still like to reform from head to foot the medical science with the help of homeopathic principles." Then I am happy to share one of the slides for our great scientist, Sir Isaac Newton, what he said: "I do not know what I am may appear to the world, but to myself, I seem to have been only like a boy playing on the seashore and diverting myself in now and then, finding a smoother pebble, prettier shell than ordinary, whilst the great ocean of truth lay all undiscovered before me." Now I am taking the privilege to quote from one of the great lover of homeopathy in our country, Nobel laureate Rabindranath Tagore. What he said, actually he was practicing homeopathy. I got the opportunity and privilege to find it's a medicine chest in Bolpur Shantiniketan in Darjeeling also. What he said, it is not merely a collection of few medicine, but a new science with a rational philosophy as its base. We require more scientific interest. What he said, we require more scientific interest and inquiry into the matter with special interest upon the Indian environments. Now I am inserting the story, rather the fact, one of the great stalwarts, it could be better say, the honeyman of India, Dr. Mahendra Sarkar. In the year 1902, July, regarding conversion to homeopathy, he was then a very famous allopathic physician, an MD from Calcutta University. What he wrote, what was his experience? That is the starting point of homeopathic research in our country. Before taking this step, what is the step? For conversion from allopathic doctor to homeopathic doctor. Before taking this step, I made a stipulation with Babu Rajendra. I told him that as I believed his cures are affected by the strict regimen that he enjoined and not by his infinitesimal nothings, globules or drops, I would agree to observe cases with him, provided he agreed to keep the patients for a time, at least under the strict regimen alone, and give them no medicine till it should appear that further expectancy would be injurious. What actually we are telling about the exclusion criteria in homeopathy, in research. He readily agreed. Strange to say, and to his dismay, few cases did recover under regimen alone and without any medicine. But my trump was not to continue long. For others proved refractory, and I had to give my consent to administer his medicine to them. Great many recovered, and incurables are benefited. This fact staggered me. The efficacy was too evident to be gainsaid. Actually, what was the observation and research protocol? They have observed simple. They have took some patients with regimen and another group with medicine and regimen. Like any control trial method, they have conducted research. And getting the output of that research work, the great man, Dr. Mahendra Sarkar, converted himself from allopathy to homeopathy. Now I am going to my topics. According to World Health Organization, what is research methodology? Research methodology is a systemic body of procedures and techniques applied in carrying out our investigation of experimentation targeted at obtaining new knowledge. And what is research? Research is nothing but an organized study. It is a methodical investigation into a subject in order to discover facts, to establish or revise a theory, to develop a plan of action based on the facts discovered. There are three things. Through research, we may discover facts. Through research, we may establish or revise a theory. Or through research, we may make a plan of action based on facts discovered. Now I am telling about the rationality of research in homeopathy. Today's world demands evidence, you all know. Homeopathy is offering evidence through clinics, and credibility increases day by day. But skeptics are taking advantage of so-called deficiency of homeopathic science. Rather, it could be better if we say it is a deficiency of basic science to explain homeopathy, such as lacking of credible scientific explanation to explain its mechanism of action, and also deny the component and quality in potentized homeopathic medicine. Thus, conducting research has become an inevitable part. It would be better if it be interdisciplinary. Now I am telling the stages of research. First, thinking about it. Second, preparing for the proposal and hypothesis. Third, conducting the research. Fourth, writing the research paper. Fifth, sharing the research outcome. And sixth, revising the research paper. Actually, my today's discussion will be confined from stage 1 and 2 in elaborate and then precursor of stage 3. We all know the three tenets of homeopathy can become objects of scientific investigation. What are the three tenets? Law of similia, homeopathic potentized medicine, and individualistic approach. From these three tenets of homeopathic aspects, I would like to discuss the scope of research in homeopathic field. First tenet is law of similia. In law of similia,
please share your screen, sir.
In law of similia, what is done by Hahnemann himself? He experimented in his lifetime. Hahnemann took 4 drams of China twice a day, had paroxysm of chill and fever. In his practice, he had seen similar paroxysm of chill and fever. What he observed, after getting China, they recovered and cured. What was the inference? Peruvian carp cures paroxysm of chill and fever because it produces paroxysm of chill and fever. So he concluded in that manner, disease-producing power of the medicine is disease-curing power. The next point we may like to highlight, through law of similia, healing is achieved by taking a drug that proved by healthy individuals have elder symptoms and signs very similar to those of the patient. So we have to match conceptual image of the medicine with conceptual image of the disease. In that perspective, we should divide in 2 parts, law of similia and the scope of research. First part, disease-producing power. In the perspective of disease-producing power, what are the sources, what are the scope of research in homeopathy? First is human pathogenetic trial, knowledge of curative power of medicine through drug proving. We all know in our country, Central Council of Research in Homeopathy, they are conducting drug proving for a long time, double-blind, randomized, placebo-controlled trial. Through human pathogenetic trial, what research we can conduct, whether homeopathic medicine is placebo or not. Through this trial, we can prove it. Apart from that, whenever the prover, the healthy subjects, they are taking homeopathic medicine in defined dose and potency, we may study the immunological status of those subjects who are proving medicine. And the immunomodulatory effect of homeopathic medicine can be studied during human pathogenetic trials. Apart from that, study of physiological parameters before and after proving. The most important thing, we have to reprove old medicine and revalidate the sphere of action of the drug in respect of the recent scenario of innumerable diseases. Now I am telling the second part of law of similia, that is disease-curing power of the medicine. Just before I have discussed about disease-producing power, now having the scope in the perspective of disease-curing power of the medicine, that is clinical trial on 6 subjects. First of all, what can I do? Evidence-based case presentation. Simple evidence-based case presentation. Apart from that, to prove efficacy of homeopathic medicines after administration according to law of similia. In this field also, we can prove homeopathic medicine is not placebo. What Dr. Manal Sarkar did at the starting point in his practice. Then importance of dose and potency. Another important point from clinical trial on 6 subjects, what we got and we do conduct research, effectiveness of homeopathic medicine in comparison with other system of medicine on any defined clinical condition. Effectiveness of homeopathic medicine, suppose we are considering, we do like to explore the effectiveness of homeopathic medicine in bronchial asthma. So we have to conduct a research clinical trial on 6 subjects, those who are suffering from bronchial asthma. Then, getting the analyzed data, we may compare it with the bronchial asthma patient, those who are suffered and treated by other system of medicine. With the help of economists, with the help of social science persons, study of socio-economic aspects of homeopathic medicine, that is, whether it is cost effective or not, that also can be studied in the part of clinical trial on 6 subjects. Now I am coming to the second point of 3 tenets of homeopathy, dilution and dynamization. In homeopathy, diluted and dynamized drugs are being used. Dilution followed by succussion, titration increases the potency of the drug. And what is the scope in that field, in dilution and dynamization? Mostly the scope is interdisciplinary. First, existence of drug, component and quality of medicine, and its demonstration in terms of language of science, with the help of electronics, electrical, or any recent advances in the field of basic science, nanoscience, etc. Just before my session, Professor Mahato's paper beautifully discussed by Suman. In that paper, what he have discussed, it is under the heading of dilution and dynamization in our principle. Based on Avogadro's number, any potency of homeopathic medicine beyond 12C cannot contain any trace of its material form. Skeptics are taking this advantage of this deficiency and always highlighting. But actually, this is not the deficiency of homeopathic science. This is the disadvantage. This is the advantage they are taking. Deficiency of basic science not to demonstrate homeopathic potency, but through advanced scientific support, dissipative structure of homeopathic medicine validated by quantum electrodynamics, Mahata's effort has shifted the focus of chemical formula to physical structure and set aside the materialistic obsession that every medicine must have its own chemistry. Now I am taking also the privilege and honor regarding dilution and dynamization in biology. In vitro, outside living organism, or in vivo, effect on living animal, cell line, etc. Experiment with potentized medicine to explore how it works in biology, interdisciplinary work with the help of biological sciences. In that regard, I am happy to share information. The effect of homeopathic medicine in Japanese encephalitis on chorioatlantic membrane and cyclic mice is being conducted at Tropical School of Medicine, Kolkata, in collaboration with CCRAs about 10 years ago. They conducted work in vitro and vivo about the efficacy of homeopathic medicine in potentized form. Belladonna in 200 form and 6 different forms they have given, but it found belladonna 200 was more effective in vitro and vivo when they are conducting research. So these are the fields. From the principle of dilution and dynamization, what can we do? Then interdisciplinary work may be conducted at any dedicated medical research institute to establish the mechanism of action, place of action, the way of action, with the help of molecular biologists and many more. Now, last but not the least, 3 tenets of homeopathy individualization. That is, last point is individualization. Homeopathic approach is best appreciated as personalized, individualistic approach, the holistic method of diagnosis of the patient that has the disease. Diagnosis of the patient that has the disease and prescription to be done according to principles. So from individualization perspective, what research we can conduct? First, formal case study for individual case. In order to establish and promote homeopathic system of medicine, study to establish effect of any particular medicine with therapeutic goal and nomenclature of disease not to be indulged. Most of the dissertation paper is being conducted in different homeopathic postgraduate college. Effect of a particular medicine on any particular disease. Suppose effect of thuja on hemorrhoids, effect of cancerous in urinary tract infection. I do like to say this type of research work is not at par homeopathic principle in the perspective of individualistic point of view. These works must not to be indulged. These work actually satisfy principle and methods of other system of medicine, but not homeopathy. So what can I do? What can we conduct? For any given clinical condition, medicine should be selected according to principle. From individualistic perspective, considering the totality of the symptom. That would encompass exciting or fundamental cause of the disease and effect of the cause, that is a morbid phenomena. So different medicine may yield good and curative effect for a particular clinical stage in different person. That should be analyzed. That should be as efficacy and also be compared with other system of medicine.
Excuse me, Dr. Basu.
Yes, please.
Yeah, would you like to share your screen or is it not necessary?
No, just I am sharing my screen.
Yeah, because attendees are asking for it.
Okay, I'm sharing.
Yeah, thank you.
Actually, I have shared my screen, but not moving forwards. Yes. Already I have discussed all those things. Now I am concluding my lecture. In homeopathic research, first of all, we have to identify and define the problem in the perspective of homeopathic principle, either from law of similia or from dilution or potentization or from individualistic approach. Next, the review of literature from different sources, and we have to formulate aims and objectives, then formulation of proposal and hypothesis, then designing research, then conducting the research, collection of data, statistical analysis and interpretation of data, and ultimately application of result. These should be the steps we should follow during homeopathic research. But the things we should remember, we should keep in mind, whatever research we would like to conduct in homeopathic field, that should be in the perspective of law of similia, theory of dynamization, and theory of individualization. Thank all of you. Last of all, I would like once again quote from Hahnemann, what he said, I am not ashamed to confess that did not know yesterday what experiences might teach me today. If Hahnemann did not ashamed, we were supposed to be ashamed, but did not study what experience might teach me today. From this aspiration, I would like to thank all of you once again, the organizer, especially Dr. Suman Halder and his team, entire team, to give me the opportunity to share my views with the eminent panelists. Thank all of you for patient hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Basu. Now we are having with us Professor Akhilesh Kansar. He wants to say something regarding this topic. Namaskar, sir. You are welcome to say a few words.
From Nagpur. Okay, Biswajit, you presented.
I got the privilege to work under his administration in DND College.
Yes.
And apart from that, he's a very good friend of mine.
Dr. Biswajit Basu just delivered his lecture. Just I was listening his lecture. I also have heard the lecture from Dr. Suman, though he presented the lecture on behalf of Dr. Mahata. Dr. Biswajit is the teacher of DNA Homeopathy Medical College. Good orator, good teacher, and good clinician. Moreover, I salute the persons who practices more and more than who does politics more and more. So therefore, always I praise him in my administration. He was very much involved in practice till since his student life. After passing his student life, good practitioner. He did not confess that he was one of the research associates in a drug proving research of DNA Homeopathy Medical College and Hospital that was shifted to Anjali Memorial Homeopathy Medical College and Hospital, amalgamated as you know. Originally, it was situated at DNA Homeopathy Medical College, and I was the one of the active member of there as a principal as well as in a PG coordinator, and also he did not confess. He is the co-author of a book of is published by Central Council of Research in Homeopathy. I am also I was along with them and Dr. Sarkar, Sunirmal Sarkar and Sunirmal Bhattacharya, that is Dr. Bhattacharya was there, and Chaturbhoj Nath, Indian medicine, material medic of Indian medicine. He did a lot for that. Obviously, I thank to Dr. Suman Halder, the main organizer of this webinar, and my students, Dr. Suman Chando, Suman from the Madhya Pradesh. I think he is now from Madhya Pradesh.
Suman Bagchi, Dr. Bagchi.
Dr. Bagchi, Suman Bagchi, Suman Bagchi smiling. Really, he is a good student. Good student. Under his direction, so many students passed and got the teaching services. I think in future he also got the teaching services in future. I appreciate him. Good now. I do not know other speakers, such as Yashasvi and others. I congratulate all of you. I was listening just these few hours and starting from the Dr. Pankaj and others. Dr. Biswajit Basu, what he did, what he presented over here, this nice presentation, no doubtly, I do appreciate it. The research was held at tropical medicine. I was the witness of it, how it was formed, the committee, everything I know, I do not disclose this one. And Biswajit Basu supposed to be there, but there is a mishappens every time. In every what Hahnemann told that homeopathy never need not any lift or lever to eclipse it, but Biswajit Basu did not any lever in the way of politics, and this was because he is a good practitioner. His presentation was no doubtly good. His research proposal, other things. I expect that he will present some case presentation of his because he is a good ruling practitioner in Calcutta and West Bengal, and he also running one bar institution for rendering his teaching experience to the young generations homeopath. Bengal Homeopathic Advanced Academy. Once I went there in his every year he organizes a program. I expect that he will present some case presentation. Obviously, his inspiration to the young generation, and through this presentation is very inspiring lecture and inspiring slide presentation he delivered over here. I expect more from him, at least more from him in future. Yeah. Thank you, Biswajit Basu, for seeing. I am from Nagpur.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Klishkan sir. Thank you. Thank you. One thing I would like to ask Dr. Khan sir,
yes,
that
sir, yes.
he also has started one organization in homeopathy, advanced Ayurvedic research. So we would in future we would like to collaborate with
Okay, no problem.
Bengal Academy of Applied Homeopathy, BAHBA, as well as with your organization on advanced Ayurvedic research, so that the whole country will be able to understand the homeopathy as practiced in this eastern part of the India, and it needs to be propagated because it is a kind of unique style that is towards classical method of practice.
Yes, yes.
So that needs to be propagated throughout the India and abroad, and so that everybody will be able to the new generation homeopaths will be able to understand the different flavors of homeopathy, how it is being practiced in different parts of the country, and why in a particular situation one option will be better than other. So that decision they will be able to take wisely, So I think this kind of collaborative studies, collaboration between different organizations is necessary. During pandemic, it is an opportunity for us to collaborate among different organizations, so that in future we will be able to get a clearer idea of how homeopathy is being practiced throughout the country. Thank you, Dr. Kalish Khan sir, for coming here with us. And yeah, tell us. Yeah.
Dr. Suman,
Yeah.
I pay my thanks and regards to Dr. Professor Akhilesh Khan sir. Akhilesh Da, he inspired me a lot during my service life when he was my administrator and principal of my college. Actually, what he noted about drug proving, apart from being associated in CCRH, I got the privilege and opportunity to be a part of formulation of drug proving protocol. What protocol they are following in different multi-center, different centers of CCRH. I was one of the member, got the privilege to be one of the party of the decision to formulate the protocol. That is why I am telling from different homeopathic principles and this perspective, it is my passion. Most of the postgraduate physicians, doctors, those who are conducting homeopathic research and dissertation, they are just putting a topics, a very simple topics to make it cover during his post-graduation course. In that way, if we proceed, the homeopathy will not proceed. So we have to dedicate ourselves with homeopathic principles as a young homeopathic doctors. With the principles, we do conduct research. Thank you. And as you have also noted the books, yes, I do like to show you. This is the book has been compiled
Yes.
by one of us.
I also this book.
Yeah,
Okay.
that is a good book. I have already gone through it while I was in CCRH as an SRF.
Yeah.
And I would like to ask Dr. Yashasvi, please take over as a co-host and proceed for the further discussion.
Okay, thank you, sir. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Basu for such a nice and an easy presentation to how to conduct researches, and it is it will be benefit our students also. So how they can take up researches for postgraduate level and at higher level also. And I would also like to thank Dr. Khan. His presence was a booster dose to all of us. So thank you, Dr. Khan. Now, before wasting any time, I would like to introduce our next speaker of the day is Dr. Vandana Gambhir Chopra, ma'am. And she is currently assistant professor in the Department of Psychology, Keshav Mahavidyalaya, University of Delhi, is an alumnus of Nehru Homeopathic Medical College and Hospital, Delhi. So she is basically a gold medalist from the University of Delhi, and she started her professional career as an homeopathic physician. Later, she excelled and received her doctorate in the discipline of psychology. And known as a research methodology expert and quantitative data analyst, Dr. Vandana is a faculty to PhD scholars at Manav Rachna University. And she has guided many research aspirants across the field of medical branches from MBBS to BDS. And she had also recipient of Distinguished Career Practitioner Award and Young Scholars Award twice in a row at Tokyo and Taipei, and she is also an internationally certified career counselor. She has a soft skill trainer in ISTM and DOPT by Government of India, and her field of involvement in research work span across psychometric testing, organizational behavior, career competencies, personality psychology, social psychology, competency mapping, positive psychology, consumer behavior, and geriatric mental health. So apart from that, in her spare time, she likes to read books on spirituality and exploring dimensions of human mind. So definitely, ma'am, we welcome you all, and I would like to hand over the mic to you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. First of all, my heartfelt thanks to the organizers of the session, Dr. Suman, Dr. Yashasvi, all my co-panelists. I'm very glad to be here, and I welcome all participants to this particular session. Though now I am pursuing my research practices in the field of psychology, but I am very proud to say that I have my roots in the field of homeopathy. And it is only after 12 to 13 years of my practice in the field of homeopathy that later on I shifted to the field of research. And after devoting myself to research and quantitative statistical analyst in psychology, again I turned back to the field to which I belong, that is homeopathy. And now I am actively involved with a lot of homeopathic students and helping them and also learning from them in terms of how to pursue research and how to apply statistics. So I've chosen to be here to speak about some more research practices that we need to integrate in homeopathic medicine. I hope you all are able to see the screen. All right.
Yes, ma'am. Fine.
Thank you. Okay. So why are we talking about research? The two co-panelists that spoke before me also talk a lot about physics principle and the principles of research method, the steps of research, and why it is the need of the hour that we should now think of integrating research practices and biostatistics in the field of homeopathy. When I start my conversation with my students, I always say that there are two disciplines which demands a very high level of accuracy because these two disciplines work with the life and death of people. First is, of course, medical science, to which we all belong to, and second is judiciary. So these are the two systems in which we should be very sure in terms of what we are doing, or in the modern day science, like my previous co-panelist also said, evidence-based practice. So everything in medical science, be it research, diagnosis, treatment, prevention, everything is based on evidence, facts, or measurements. Right? A very simple thing I would say. When we diagnose somebody of anemia, what is the parameter with which we diagnose? We say that a person's blood hemoglobin level had fallen below a certain level. That means we are making use of numbers to diagnose somebody as anemic. Or suppose we are saying somebody is hypertensive and we want to treat that person. Now, what does hypertension mean to us as a clinician? It's again a number, it's again a figure, and it's again based on some facts that we say that person is having hypertensive. That means to understand the field of medical science to which we all belong to. Here, I'm not differentiating between that we belong to homeopathic system or somebody else belongs to allopathic system. I'm taking medical science as a broad bucket. Whether it's something physiological or pathological, evidence and measurement are the two important pillars that we cannot compromise with. And it is with this evidence and measurement, the two terms, that I would be taking forward my presentation, and I would be giving you certain research parameters and facts that we need to incorporate in the discipline of homeopathy. I totally agree that a lot of work is already being going on, but yes, there is a need that we should do more and to bring it to the platform where we can actually answer skeptics and introduce this field, our field of homeopathy, as an evidence-based medicine or an EBM. My co-presenter earlier has also given you a definition of scientific evidence or evidence-based practice, which is commonly nowadays known as EBM or EBP. It's a research finding which results from well-designed studies. That means the establishment of the body of knowledge should be based on well-designed research studies, which should have an extensive methodological rigor. That means whatever way we have followed to establish that body of knowledge should have a proper methodology defined to it, and that methodology should be explicitly written in research papers so that somebody else can also replicate it, prove it, and confirm it. Now, what is the need of doing methodological rigor or having these well-designed research studies is to reduce the bias, so that everybody, when follows that particular system of medicine, is getting the same types of result, which should be free of error. And that should systematically affect the two most important terms, which is now being used with evidence-based practice, that it should have a reliability and it should have a validity of the results. I will be talking more about reliability and validity in my forthcoming slides. So this is how EBM, evidence-based medicine, or scientific evidence or evidence-based practice, is formally defined, which has a lot of parameters into the definition that we need to remember and while we are doing the practice or study in the field of homeopathy, right? So what does this scientific evidence basically means, and how we can integrate this particular decision making approach to our discipline to bring it to the level of scientific evidence. So when we say scientific evidence, the modern medical science or the modern research terminology understands it in two broad disciplines. One is, of course, research methodology, and second is biostatistics. So that means if we integrate these two particular disciplines with the field of homeopathy in every research that we do, we will be having a same parameter of scientific evidence established, and we should be able to bring our laws of similia, our laws of organon, our pioneers work to the level that we would be able to answer skeptics in a well-defined manner. So what do I see as a mission, which I gave to myself when I returned back from the field of psychology back into homeopathy 3 years back? When I was practicing homeopathy, I practiced for good 13 numbers of years. I was just focusing on education and clinical practice that we most of us do. That what education I have taken and what clinical practice I am doing. I'm just education. We have been already awarded degree, and we keep on studying our literature and medicine books. But and then we apply all those things to the clinical practice. What I entirely missed for good 13 years of my practice was the research area that I did not do actually. I may have a list of a very huge list where I cured many patients, and I can claim that these were the well-proven patients who got completely cured with the homeopathic system of medicine. But I could not say it explicitly because I did not know the language of research. It is only when I came back from psychology to the discipline of homeopathy that I realized that this mission of integrating three is very important for us. We all are well educated, rather, we study a lot in our systems. We do clinical practice with very sound results in our day-to-day practices, but we need to integrate that with research and bring it to the platform where we can tell it to the field of other professionals also. This is the evidence that we are doing. So we should all make it our mission that along with education and clinical practice, from now onwards, we'll also incorporate research in our day-to-day clinical findings. Research methodology, Sir has also discussed about it, so I will not be going into much details of that. Rather, I would like to focus on some more points. Sir has already given us the broad steps of doing the research and how we should follow those broad steps to establish a body of knowledge. So what does medical field or the field of research wants in terms of documenting a publication that it is a scientific based evidence? So what broad parameters do they look at? If I write down those parameters that we also follow while we do our MD or we do our PhD and we write our dissertation and thesis, they talk about what research design have you followed in establishing this body of knowledge. They talk about what is the sample that you have taken, what is the sampling technique that you have applied to conduct this research and to come to this conclusive body of knowledge. They talk about what is the inclusion criteria, what is the exclusion criteria. Then a very important thing to which I emphasize a lot to a lot of research scholars in homeopathy who come to me for guidance of their thesis and dissertation is tools for data collection. And I emphasize it a lot because in last approximately 100 years till date, we have not developed very sound, good tools in homeopathy to establish the body of knowledge. So if I say that this person has this kind of miasmatic background, and I have come to know about that miasmatic background from my interrogation or clinical case taking with the person, can I reduce it to the tool? Can I just apply some tool and come to know about this in some objective parameter the way medical science sees it? What tools are you using to establish the body of knowledge? And Hahnemann has given a lot of tools in his organon of medicine. So did the other pioneers. I'm going to discuss some of these tools and some of these principles of research methodology and biostatistics that Hahnemann and other pioneers have used in their writings of organon and other materia medica pura and other books. But are we developing those tools to establish that body of knowledge? It is very important that we should start thinking of developing those tools. And I would like to share that one of the students of homeopathy, who is very bright, has worked with me for 2 years to develop this miasmatic tool for her PhD thesis, which she used. And she is in a process of framing it and establishing it on statistical parameter to formally publish it. So we must have tools to identify the potency, to identify the dosage, to identify the miasmatic background, and many, many other things that we do in our clinical case taking. We can definitely convert it to some objective tools so that even young budding homeopaths can take use of them and bring their knowledge. So I remember in the initial years of my practice, when I was an intern or when I did my house job in Nehru College, I used to struggle a lot. How to come to this diagnosis, how to identify miasm. So if we develop some standardized tool, it will be very, very essential for, well, and helpful for young budding homeopaths to have a knowledge of those rules and come to understand these parameters easily. Of course, when we are experienced, having 10 years, 20 years of clinical practice, then it is not difficult for us. But for the young budding researchers, and to establish it in the form of quantitative parameters, it is very essential that we develop certain tools in the field of homeopathy by taking up our standard literature documented by Master Hahnemann and other pioneers of the field. Then, of course, interventions, what interventions I'm taking, whether I'm using placebo along with homeopathic medicine to control trial, or whether I'm using the other systems of medicine, or what other interventions that I have done to prove the supremacy of my particular field over other systems of medicine. And yes, science nowadays understands everything in terms of numbers. So what cannot be quantified is not a science, is what they say. So, of course, there are a lot of things I agree that is very qualitative in nature when we talk about homeopathic principles, and we should not compromise on law of simile or law of individuality. That's the heart and soul of our field. But yes, if there are certain things that we can convert to statistical tests, we can prove to statistical measures and parameters, we should do that. And I'm going to give you some examples in the forthcoming slides of that too. So this is how they talk about research steps and cycle. And I think we all are aware of these steps, that we have to identify a problem, we have to frame objectives, we have to design a strategy, we have to come to a research design, we have to do a literature review, then we should have certain means to gather data through tools, we have to interpret the findings, and then those findings may lead to another problem, and research cycle keeps on revolving as a vicious cycle, right? uh, this is what I have made, and I used to take lectures of research methodology with homeopathic scholars. And I developed extensive material only for research scholars of homeopathy who do their MD and PhD. And I used to take their classes, I still take their classes. And this is how I have broadly framed different kinds of research design in medical science that we can also adopt in the field of homeopathy. So every research study that you do, ask for a research design. It's a clinical trial, it's an observational study, it's an analytical study, it's a descriptive study, it's a secondary research, it's an experimental research. So this framework, of course, is taken from the field of medical science broadly, and there are special add-ons to research design which we can apply in the field of homeopathy. So this particular layout has been developed by me, and in which we can plan what kind of study we want to do. It is not that I can only do a research study if I'm in a particular hospital setting or a research setting. I can do study in my clinic also while seeing the cases. So if you see this descriptive uh, research design, so there are person level studies. There's a case report. There's a case series report. There's of course, all these studies can be done at clinical level also. We see a lot of cases in a day, but we don't plan to document them in a manner that so that we can publish it and we can make it a remark in the field of medical science. That this is what I have done through my clinical practice. And I think we all should gear up to start using these kinds of research design in our day-to-day clinical practice as well. And of course, there are experimental studies and analytical studies that requires a proper hospital or a research setting to go on, right? And then there is a secondary research where we do systematic reviews. You all can do systematic reviews and meta-analysis kind of research. So we should think whatever we are doing in a day in the field of practice, how I can integrate my clinical practice with the research, how I can collaborate with other homeopathic practitioners to do some to establish some bigger body of knowledge in terms of organon or repertory, taking those subjects in hand, and all sorts of research we can do, and by integrating and collaborating with the fellow colleagues. So here I would pick up some examples how they document it. Of course, MD and PhD students must be knowing it, but we should all understand that what scientific evidence is and how it is documented in the literature, how medical science or how in the field of science, something which is called as EBM is accepted. So this all I have taken from our prestigious journal of IIJRH only, and this is the study that evaluates the useful of homeopathic medicine in treating cerebral stroke. Then first they talk about study design. As you can see, they have talked about the design which is called as open label observational pilot study, right? And then they have used the tool. Tool I said is very important. So what they have used is NIHSS score. That means a scale that can do a pre-post comparison at a span of 6 month time. It's an 11-item scale that checks the level of consciousness, gaze, visual fields, facial palsy. And believe me, these tools are not difficult to design. Based on our study, we can design our tools ourselves. Under my guidance, at least 2-3 homeopathic research scholars have already designed their tools and they have used them in their research. Thoroughly, rigorously validated statistically. So we can design these tools ourselves, whatever research. It is not that we have to design tool for medicinal disorders only. We can design tools based on our materia medica. We can design tools based on organon of medicine. We can design tools based on repertory. We can pick up our subjects, pharmacy, and design tools on that everybody can use and their work can be eased. Then they have, of course, used this statistical analysis. Biostatistics is a field that we cannot ignore along with the research methodology to prove it as an evidence-based practice, and they have used proper statistical parameters of pair t-test. All these things are not very tough. These days, everything is done through software and they are very, very handy. Right? This is another study that I have taken from the journal, Indian Journal of Homeopathic Research, where it shows the management of childhood autistic disorders. Here they have shown sample size also. They have taken 60 autistic children and what kind of design it is. It is a non-randomized, self-controlled, pre and post-intervention study. Believe me, these words which look very fancy and which look very, tricky to us are not at all tricky. They are very simple if we understand the basic classification of research design, the basic table that I showed you 2-3 slides back. And a lot of research scholars who are associated with me are now able to, write their own research design in a creative manner. It is not very tough. We just need to understand the basic protocol of research design, how it is carried out. Then there's a control period. The total study was done for 1 year, and then there's a post-intervention finding. Result studies, they have used again a tool. You can see autistic hyperactivity scale. When I scan through the journal of IIJRH, believe me, I have almost scanned 100-200 articles of archives there. I have not found even a single article where they have created a tool based on organon, materia, repertory, or pharmacy, our subjects. Most of the tools that we are using, we are borrowing it from the allopathic system of medicine. If it's a disorder, we'll borrow tool from there, right? If it's a psychological disorder, we'll borrow the tool from psychological discipline. That's fine, we can borrow, that's not a problem. It's a body of knowledge that everybody can use. But what I'm saying is, seeing these tools, shouldn't we think of designing the tools in the field of homeopathy that every researcher can use in the clinical practice and establish their body of knowledge? We should think about them. And then, of course, the statistical parameters like F-value, MANOVA, these are statistical techniques that we use, and the significance level. So this is the way the current medical science wants us to document our findings in evidence-based practice. Of course, these all are homeopathic studies, but like Sir said to me previously that most of the studies that we are doing in the field of homeopathy is applicable of homeopathic therapeutics in this particular disorder. This should not be the only approach. This should not be the only approach. We should think of designing our research studies based on organon, based on materia medica, based on pharmacy. And that is only possible when we will have tools of our own in these fields. Then we can actually design studies based on our subjects, and we will not be just focusing on application of homeopathic medicine in this particular disorder, right? So we should think of broadening our horizons. Most of the articles that I've studied in Indian Journal of Homeopathy are like this: efficacy of homeopathic therapeutics in this particular disorder. The biggest limitation is we do not have tools in the field of homeopathy that now we should think of designing. I would like to share this conference library. I would share it after my presentation. This is the library that you all should follow, and this documents how systematic reviews are carried out. Now, from research methodology, I'll move on to biostatistics, because this is the area that we doctors miss it a lot. First thing, it is not being taught in our discipline. I also learned it when I moved out of the discipline, but I think now they are integrating biostatistics and research methodology at every level, because research needs to be carried out. So why do we need statistics? As I've said, that even if I have to get myself tested of high blood pressure or anemia, I need a number. Without number, I do not know. What does it mean when I say that I'm tall? Unless until I say I'm 5 feet 8 inches, nobody would be able to guess, okay, according to Indian standard, you're a tall woman. Or if I say I'm 4 feet 5 inches, that means according to Indian standard, I am a short woman. My height is small. So everything that we define in this world is based on numbers. So numbers are applicable in the field of research also. Numbers are required to increase the accuracy and to increase the precision of my research. And medicine is an empirical science. We cannot deny it. We belong to that particular discipline, which is medical science and which is empirical in nature. And our focus should be to follow the accuracy and precision level. So whenever I explain what accuracy and precision means, I show these 4 diagrams, which are not drawn by me. The reference is given. It has been taken from a clinical research book only, that what accuracy and precision means, right? So the first diagram, it's a good precision but poor accuracy, because it is not touching at the center. It's a poor precision but good accuracy, because it is framing some kind of pattern. This is what is called as good precision and good accuracy, wherein I am sharply focused and deeply rooted in what I want to do. And this is the aim of evidence-based practice or evidence-based medicine, that we should be very precise and we should be very accurate in whatever we do. And last is, of course, poor precision and poor accuracy, that we don't want. And medical science absolutely does not endorse this. So we should all focus on third diagram, that whatever we are doing in the field of clinical practice or in research, we should have a high level of precision and high level of accuracy. And precision and accuracy comes with biostatistics or the statistical number. Now, I give you an example. This example is again taken by a researcher who is not from India, and he has written a book on Bayesian statistics. And I came across this book 1.5 years back while I was studying biostatistics and its application in the field of homeopathy. This person himself is a homeopath, and he has written a book that how homeopathic materia medica can use the principles of Bayesian statistics to prove scientific evidence, right? So he has given many examples. I've taken this example, one of the examples from his books. So let's consider this example. Somebody has fever. Only 5% chance is there that a person may have pneumonia. Somebody has cough along with fever. The chances go high, 10%. Along with fever and cough, somebody has rapid breathing. The chances are 30% that the person may have pneumonia. But along with rapid breathing, the person has dyspnea as well, 50% chances. On auscultation findings, we find it positive. Now we are sure that along with all these symptoms and auscultatory findings, the person has pneumonia. And then we go for diagnosing C-reactive proteins, which came out to be positive, and we are 80% sure that this person is suffering from pneumonia. This is what we do daily in our clinical practice to diagnose the cases. We all are doing this, right? And we all are sure that if these numbers came out to be a certain parameters, we can diagnose a person. Now, this person has very interestingly associated Bayesian statistics with the same model and have shown the results of brainia. Let's suppose the same table he has said cough, and the person has cough. So cough can only predict that bryonia is a remedy only 5% because there's a whole sort of remedy for cough that we can give it to the person. Cough along with worse entering in the warm room, 20% chances that a person is coming close to indication of bryonia. Okay, if the person is holding chest along with the coughing, 40% chances that bryonia will work. The person has large quantities of thirst along with the other three symptoms, 50% chances that bryonia will work. Person also has desire for cold drinks, 60% chances. And if person gets aggravated change from cold, the person is having symptom by changing from cold to warm weather, 70% chances, right? Now these numbers he has not given arbitrary. He has taken a good data of say about 400 to 500 people to whom he has given bryonia in case of pneumonia, and he has seen and he has calculated through prediction model of statistics that if this set of symptoms are there, I can be statistically this much percentage of sure that bryonia will work. And this is what he's saying, that why not we can apply these biostatistical parameters in the field of homeopathy to decide upon our medicines in our day-to-day practice. Of course, I'm not saying that everything can be quantified in homeopathy. I'm not denying it, that it is not true. Of course, there's a lot of element of subjectivity, qualitatively, my experience, even my intuition works. Everything works. But can I predict to a certain level? Okay, if it's 60% or 70%, can I come somewhere close to numbers so that I can say it with surety? So this is how he has used Bayesian statistics to predict bryonia in pneumonia. Similarly, he has done with it Merck salt. So if a person has sore throat, only 10% chances Merck salt will work. Bad odor from mouth, 25% chances. Salivation at night, 40% chances. Recurrent apathy along with the other three symptoms, 55% chances. Grinding teeth in sleep, 70% chances. So all these, a set of 5 symptoms confirms me 70% that Merck salt will work in a particular case. So we need to think why we haven't think of applying advanced biostatistical measures and models to our materia medica to make it more objective to a level that it gets an evidence-based label attached to it, right? Now, coming to the question, I talk a lot to other colleagues also, and I speak about it, whether our Master Hahnemann and other pioneers, whether they have used evidence-based medicine and biostatistics in their writings and research. Though these two terminology, biostatistics and EBM, did not exist at the time of Hahnemann. But still, with whatever the basic knowledge, with whatever the experimentation and investigation that Master Hahnemann and other pioneers did, I found very close connection to these terms, that they have already done these things in their time. Probably science has been able to give this terminology today and calling it an evidence-based medicine. But they have already evidently proven it and recorded in their original literature. Let me give you 2-3 examples to, just to qualify what I want to say. Hahnemann in the repertory, and this quote is in the preamble of the Materia Medica Pura. If we just dwell onto this quote, for the convenience of treatment, we require merely to jot down after each symptom all the medicines which can produce such a symptom with tolerable accuracy. Now, I'm using the same word today, accuracy and precision, which Hahnemann has used. And believe me, in Organon of Medicine, I have found the words reliable where he has described drug proving. He has used word reliable and valid in Organon of Medicine, expressing them by few letters. When he say few letters, it means what statistics call today coding. What statistics and computer science call it coding, he has already called it a few letters. Maybe that the terminology of coding of biostatistics did not exist at that time. But he could envision that this is the science and this has to be backed up with all these things. And also to bear in mind the circumstances under which they occur. Another quote. Now, with this, I would like to actually show you how our repertory or Materia Medica Pura, which our masters have documented, are purely based on the principle of statistics. If you see Bonninghausen, within this work, Bonninghausen separated the consistent element of each proving system and rendered them in rubric form, arranged systematically and also alphabetically. See, when we say we are doing something in an order manner, in a systematic manner, that calls itself a scientific inquiry. So already they have documented everything in a systematic manner. And then what struck me most was this 4-tier remedy grading system. If you pick up any tool today, any tool that you use in the research, you will see that its scoring responses are always in the grading manner. 1 to 4 rating scale, 1 to 5 rating scale, yes or no rating scale, strongly agree to strongly disagree rating scale. We are already doing this in all of the tools that we are using. And Bonninghausen and Hahnemann had already done at their work what they call it as a 4-tier remedy grading system. It's a purely biostatistical language that they use at that point of time. And they used also the word frequency, which is the first step of using the biostatistics. So I would very firmly say that at that point of time, they did use the terminology of research and biostatistics, which science is, viewing today in different kind of terminology. But we all need to go back and bring those literature to today's terminology. This much work we all should do with our original homeopathic literature work. Another evidence that came to me, we all know aphorism 153, and I would like to translate this aphorism in the language of biostatistics. We all know that aphorism 153 says, more peculiar symptoms have greater value regarding the choice of homeopathic medicine or in differentiating between homeopathic medicines. Now, what does it mean in today's biostatistics terminology? And I found it very interesting that what we call as likelihood ratio in preventive and social medicine and biostatistics is what Hahnemann is mentioning in this aphorism. Now, what likelihood ratio means? Something which has low prevalence in population but high specificity. And that is what is mentioned in aphorism 153. That means at that particular point of time, the term likelihood ratio was not coined, but Hahnemann used it, which today's biostatistics is calling as likelihood ratio. And this is just one example. I can quote multiple examples like this. And I can pick up several terms that Hahnemann has used, which is now being used in the field of research methodology and biostatistics. But we homeopaths have not brought those literature to today's terminologies that we should do. Okay, I would like to tell you about this academy, AHER, Academy of Homeopathic Education and Research, that we as a group of homeopathic doctors founded a year back. And we are doing a lot of work in research methodology and biostatistics. I take up a lot of students. And as I show you, my objective of formulating this organization, AHER, Academy of Homeopathic Education and Research, is to integrate the first very mission that I showed you, clinical practice and knowledge of homeopathy, integrating it with the research practice. And this is what our objective is. And in AHER, we launch 2 types of courses. We either do short-term customized day-long workshops. We successfully completed 2 synopsis and dissertation writing workshops and day-long workshops. And we also conduct long-term weekend courses where I formally teach research methodology and biostatistics to research scholars. And we also give education about all the related subjects like anatomy, organon, material, all subjects are being taught. And there are special courses that we launch for research methodology and biostatistics. These are the various kinds of courses that we have already done. So I also teach software data analysis and entrance exams. So we cover everything from research to homeopathic subjects to other related subjects of that we study in our formal education. And I would be happy if you all pose your questions, and I would be happy to answer them. This is what I thought of, bringing in front of my audience, that what is there in my mind when I came back to homeopathy, and what I really look forward to all the young budding homeopathic researchers, that they must start thinking of integrating research practices along with the knowledge of homeopathy that they have. With this, I pause, and I will take your questions later when the time allows. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And I would really like to thank you that in a very easy way, you have explained the definitions of tools and how to we can generate our own tools in our own setup. So this is a very practical problem. Even as in PG Guide, we constantly come across these kind of questions, and at many of the times we keep mum on that because we are not that much thorough. And This was a very interesting topic, and I would like audience to just drop their queries or questions at Q&A section, so we can, in the concluding session, we can discuss all these things. And
Uh, yeah,
yes,
Dr. Yashasvi,
yes, sir.
before going to the question and answer session,
Mhm.
I have a question for Dr. Vandana. Yeah, please elaborate a little bit in detail in a specific tool that you like most, because that is very interesting thing that I have learned from you today, because it is highly needed, I think, because most of the time we generally follow different scales or different gradings, different tools from other sciences, not from our own, huh? So it is a kind of different mindset that I have got from you today, that it is highly required. So I would like to know more about this in future sessions also, but little bit today in a particular tool that you like most.
Okay. Uh, I have many things in my mind when it comes to designing tool in our field, homeopathic field. But what boggled me most as a young homeopathic practitioner when I was interning after my BHMS and I was a house physician was the concept of miasm. Because I found it very, difficult to understand at that initial stage. And then there were books that we used to study. So the first tool that I thought of designing in homeopathy is, of course, miasmatic analysis. And I would like to tell you that we have already designed this tool. So how we went about it is that this tool is called miasmatic analytical tool. So there is a set of questions in it, which those particular symptoms or those particular characteristic features have been taken from the standard books of homeopathy, which describes miasms. But how we have tried to transform it is we have not used the textbook language. We have converted the textbook language into patient friendly language, right? So I would not call something as anxious, right? I would not call something as depressed in that particular tool. So I would call, I feel a lot of nervousness and worried most of the time, or I feel restless most of the time in the day. And that gives me an indication of the miasm. So what I'm expecting from that tool is that probably it's a 20, 30, 50 item questionnaire that I have developed, which is patient friendly language knowledge. And I will give it to my patient. Okay, you fill it. And why do you fill it in front of me? I have created a portal. You just log in and do this test for me. So, based on the symptoms that patient is narrating himself about his or her own condition, I have created a scoring algorithm which gives me an indication that okay, this particular person is diagnosing towards psychotic miasm or sauropsychotic miasm. So that I already have a brief about the person when he comes to meet me. And based on one or two questions on interrogation, of course, I'm not saying that my own knowledge can supersede any tool. Tools are aid. Just with one or two questions of interrogation, I can confirm the miasm, background miasm. Same with the selection of potency that I struggled a lot as a young homeopath. The selection of dosage, the selection of repetition, the selection of all these things. Can't we pick up the particular sections of organon of medicine and materia medica pura and develop a comprehensive knowledge and convert some standard protocols? Okay, if these conditions exist, these could be the potencies. If these conditions prevail, these could be the repetition. And if somebody can create that blueprint protocol, then converting the blueprint protocol into questionnaire is not a tough job. And then automating it. I focus a lot on technology driven platforms because these days the time is more important. So some person is coming to me and person has taken a 50-60 minute questionnaire before coming to my clinic, and I already have a set of things in my hand that what potency would probably suit to the person, what dosage would probably. I have a tentative blueprint, and then just interrogating it further, I can take up the knowledge. So we can develop lot of tools like this
Yeah,
by picking up the original text from organon, pharmacy, materia, from our own literature.
yeah. Thank you, Dr. Bandana. Actually, I can correlate with you whatever you have said right now, because in the corporate field, I have seen in the human resource section they always use psychometric test.
Yes.
Yeah, no. So this kind of interdisciplinary approaches are highly required right now, because as you have already delved into the system of psychoanalysis or psychology, so that way you understand that a definitive protocol is required to understand a few set of through a few set of questions the meaning, the idea, and the abstraction what is happening inside the mind, inside the patient's mind, so that we will be form an idea about a miasm. No,
Absolutely.
absolutely, yeah. And that process you have already said an algorithmic process. So these are actually alien to most of the homeopaths. Okay, these concepts. So I am sure that this may show a few to a few a new guideline, new state of thinking, a new mindset, that this way also we can think of uh, regarding standardization, regarding understanding in a definitive way how the the miasm can be established. Okay, so I think that this is a good approach, standard approach to journey towards standardization. Okay, we as a homeopath feel that we have to go a long way before we can standardize many things. We cannot standardize individualization, that is absolutely contraindicated indicated,
Yes.
but there are different steps that can be standardized, so that we will be able to suppose few 3 or 4 homeopaths are there, they are different observations, they are observing some different things, but what are the difference thing, what are the differences in their observations? If we understand that, no, then the amount of difference, the measurement of differences will assure us to minimize that differences, no,
Yes.
that way
And
that, yeah,
and I would just like to add on to this, like you just mentioned that this field of statistics or percentage is very new to us. So I would like to say under AHER, believe me, with just 24 hours of training, I could train 13 scholars to do statistics themselves. Just under 24 hours of training. That's
yeah,
not a much time. And they were all able to use softwares in front of me. So it is not a very difficult discipline. Yes, of course, it is new to all of us, but if we are formally trained under this, then these things become very, very handy. Designing tool is actually easy. You just need to devote 10 to 12 hours of rigorous session to understand. And then, of course, we know our literature, and from our literature only we can bring our tools.
yeah. That's why we need to understand why modern science is modern science, because they have accepted physics, chemistry, biology as their core principles, no, that way they have developed themselves. If we as a homeopath try to accept other sciences as they are advancing, no, it may be statistics, it may be psychology or anything, the way they are advancing as a scientific background, so we can, psychology was also initially not recognized as a system of sciences. Okay, one of the system of sciences, recently it is recognized as a system of sciences. But now if we understand this interdisciplinary matters in a clearer way, then we will be able to go in a definitive uh, path for for clearer understanding, for clearer vision in our system. Thank you, Dr. Vandana, thank you for enlightening me and along
I like to
yeah,
ask a question, madam.
yeah,
Yes, sir.
yeah,
Just I like to ask a question, madam.
yeah.
In a research, when a scale is used, it is used as a tool or outcome measure. Actually,
Okay. Yeah. Please
you
complete your question.
actually you have seen the previous slide in the stroke cases. There is a scale was used as a tool. So please describe it.
Okay. So when I say tool in research language, right, what does tool means? That under what parameters I am going to distinguish between my pre-post comparison. So if I'm talking in terms of anemia, I want to do a study on anemia. So what could be my tools for that? Of course, one big tool is blood hemoglobin level. That's also a tool which I will be comparing pre and post. Besides that, can I say that the frequency of infection that a person was experiencing with anemia. That is also one tool. The number of infection. Can I say the degree of infection, the mild, moderate, and severity? That can also be a tool. Then can I say the quality of life of my patient has improved? That can also be a tool. So it entirely depends on the researcher how many broad tools they can use. Like I know research studies in which they want to go as holistically and they want to use 10, 12 different parameters. What I'm calling tool in research language is just a parameter in the common term. It's the same. When we say these are the parameters on which we are going to talk about pre-post comparison, in research language, they call it a tool, right?
Yeah.
They call it a tool. So I can have as many tools as I want. The more tools I have, the more rigorous research study would be.
Yeah.
So these are just the parameters.
So,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Bagchi, I think that tool that we are talking about here, it can be used as a parameter.
Parameter.
Yeah, parameter for outcome measurement also. Whatever you ask now, for whether it
That
can
is the
be the
either
scale.
there is a difference or it is the
Yeah.
same.
So
Actually,
it
just I
can be
like to
used
ask.
how we are using that differs. Whether we
Okay.
are using as a tool to assess or tool to measure the
Measure the
outcome.
outcome.
Yeah.
Okay.
Am I
Ma'am,
right, Dr. Vandana?
Absolutely. Tool, we use it for outcome measurement also. One
Yeah.
of the another name for evidence-based medicine is outcome-based medicine also that they use.
Yeah.
That what is the outcome of my study? The tool, of course, is directly linked to outcome of the what I'm going to study and research in my practice.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you,
Okay.
Dr.
Thank
Vandana.
you.
Thank you.
Please, Dr. Yashasvi, please go ahead.
it was a nice discussion section also, and I hope our attendees have got a lot of benefit from that. And we have got few questions in Q&A section also, so that we will discuss at the concluding session, ma'am. And I would, before starting with the Dr. Bagchi's lesson, I would request our audience to just send us in chat box from which part of country they belong. So we will have a good idea from what are our attendees and from which part of country they are attending this webinar. Okay, so just leave your residential region in chat box. And with that, I would request Dr. Bagchi. He is a good friend of mine and he is a very sincere learner homeopath. So every time I talk to him, he has some new ideas or some new thoughts about homeopathy and research and writing also. And his approach is very sincere. So I would like him to please continue with his topic of modus operandi of homeopathic medicine in light of new concept. So earlier he talked about the same also.
Pardon, is it the appropriate order? Please check. Please check.
No. My time actually is 9 p.m.
Okay, sir. Fine. So
Yeah.
we will be starting with Dr. Pankaj Aggarwal sir's
Yeah.
lesson.
Yeah.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Yeah.
So apologies from my side, and I request Dr. Professor Pankaj Aggarwal sir. So he need not any introduction because he is a very renowned practitioner and his teaching experience is more than 17 years and practicing experience is more than 20 years. So, sir, I would like you to continue with your session, which is a very the caption is very catchy for everyone that homeopathy is holism. So I would request, sir, and before wasting any time, just reminder to audience that please send your questions in Q&A section only. Thank you. Sir, please continue.
Good evening, everyone. Dear Dr. Suman Halder, the host of the program today.
Good evening. Good evening, sir.
And Dr. Yashasvi, our co-host, and all the co-panelists. We just had quite interesting lectures recently, and I'm sure that all the participants must be enjoying. And I appreciate the lecture just now we had with Dr. Vandana, making so many things very clear and very road mapping to us for doing, adding the part of the research. We homeopathic doctors are requiring lot of orientation towards this. And nowadays, everyone is in for this. Because earlier when I was studying, going for research was a nonsense talk in homeopathy, but now it is quite in a thing. So really good that we just had some lecture of Dr. Mahata by Dr. Suman Bagchi, and Dr. Basu also speaks so much, really. So let me just go sharing my screen to start the discussion, what I want to make. Just give me a moment, please. Is my screen visible, Dr. Suman?
Yes, it is visible. It is.
So welcome everyone to this very prestigious webinar today. And let's go ahead. That as Dr. Yashasvi told, a catchy topic. I mean that it is a most common topic every one of us really talk about. But somehow, why I have chosen this topic, me and Suman, Dr. Suman Halder, we were discussing before the beginning of this webinar, what should be the topic. So I chose this for me, reason being that it is seen, it is understood something which is now outdated. But then I'm just going to present and tell that it's not really outdated, it's quite in. So let's see that how it is quite in nowadays. So before just starting, as we have at the beginning, we have done this tribute to Master death anniversary, 178th death anniversary of the Master Hahnemann, for which we all are here doing so much of clinical and research and everything work. Then after that, this is my inspiration, my father, Dr. M.L. Aggarwal, my guru, Dr. L.M. Khan, and writings of the Hahnemann on homeopathy, and many scientists of holistic viewpoint, without which such kind of presentation cannot be made. Then to start with the introduction of this presentation, I'm going to just say some 2-3 cases. The first very case is from the Dr. E.B. Nash, from his book, Leaders in Homeopathic Therapeutics. We all read and we all know about it. But then you may take it as a recap, just a beginning point that how we are going to reach to this holism concept. So he described a cure of a man suffering from dyspepsia of a long-standing with few doses of Arnica 200, and the basis for the prescribing was onset of the sickness by kick of the horse upon the region of the stomach. Now, point is that somewhere, some couple of years back, somebody got this hit on the stomach region by the horse leg, and on that basis, you are prescribing. It makes really somebody very crazy that what is this? Then similarly, another case by Dr. D.M. Forbister. He told that a mentally backward children has been treated at the Royal London Homeopathic Hospital for 4 years with some benefit. Inquiry into the anesthetic history revealed that the mother had a whiff of gas at his birth. Nitrous oxide, 30 was given experimentally, and 2 months later, the mother reported within a week after beginning the last course of treatment, the child became much more alert. So this is something, means how can you really narrate? And one case which I'm sharing here with all of you, that one 27 years male, Rachit, in this period of lockdown, with some reference, he just approached me. Actually, his family approached me. He was hospitalized with the disease diagnosis named myelodysplastic syndrome. What is this? MDS, It's a group of cancers in which immature blood cells in the bone marrow do not mature. So do not become healthy blood cells. Early on, no symptoms typically are seen. Later, symptoms include feeling tired, shortness of breath, easy bleeding, or frequent infections. This was the beginning he had in 2017, and slowly all this. And following the treatment, he did some 6 bone marrow transplant, but eventually failed. Then in the March somewhere 2020, he came to me when doctors in Gurgaon Fortis Hospital told that take him away. This patient cannot survive because the WBC count came to 10 only. And all right, we are not going to prescribe on WBC. I saw this case on the video call and inquired with everyone, every family member, patient, everything. And finally, as per our totality of symptoms basis, the medicine came thyroidinum. Since it was such a difficult case that maybe he is going to die next week or next day, it was in that situation. Now, giving thyroidinum LM1, LM2, LM3 like this, I was going in the LM potencies, saved him so far, means from March, now it is June over, July started. And lastly, before leaving the hospital, he got his bone marrow report done. In that, it came to the normal. It was all a surprise to the doctors and everyone. The whole evidences of the bone marrow report and all the reports, I could just show you a graph. Means I'm preparing that graph can be made, of course, with the help of Dr. Vandana. That you can see how very slowly the WBC count were increasing. From 10 it became 20, 20 to 60, 60 to 40, 40 to 80, like this. It was very gradually, it was going up. So like this, still he is in the treatment, still there are a number of issues. And such case, if as per the available record regarding this MDS, if suppose survives for 6 years and more, that means as per the scientific community, it will be considered as a cured case. Here, the point is not the case presentation. The point is that how such results are being seen, whether me or every one of you, all are you practicing, many of our stalwarts. Something is happening in the homeopathy, and it is on record. It is an evidence based. All the evidences are available. Then we can see nowadays this COVID-19 cases. Everyone is having, such a wonderful result. So am I. Means I have got a record of some, I'm preparing all the statistics of it, some 119 cases. And in that, the mild type of case, 83, and they got all the cases all right in a period of 2 to 4 days. Here, the point is that a disease, such kind of disease has got a time period, duration. It will pass and go. But then if you can really reduce that duration, is actually a success so far as the homeopathy is concerned. So within 2 to 4 days, when the time is actually more than 9 days, if you are able to do it, make the patient better 2 to 4 days. And in almost all kind of cases, whether mild, typical, mild, atypical, moderate, and severe cases. So I got all these kind of results, and every one of us doing such cases, and we are getting such kind of results. What is this and how this holism works? Let us try to analyze. Now, seeing these cases and many more being done all over the homeopathic specialists around the world, questions are raised, and most frequent one is it evidence-based? Now, one is this, all right, now we all learned, and even learning much more better way how to really keep these evidences together. And another question is raised, are such results reproducible in similar cases at all time and at all places? These are the questions, relevant questions, not that why you are asking such questions. We had the presentation earlier in this session, and many more things are there regarding the acceptance of the homeopathy. Many things we will be examining those points also here. Going further, then when we find that always the scientific community, because of whatever may be the reason, they become skeptical about homeopathy and about the homeopathic results. And if we just examine that, what are the concepts behind which are actually doing a versus? They are in a competition, especially in the field of medicine. In the medical field, science and art of medicine, if we see, this is a versus, this 4-5 points which I think I insist every participant to look into. That one very important point is that disease is dynamic versus disease is materialistic. Then complex cause and effect relationship. In that, one group says that we are to remove the cause. We name it as, in the terms of Hahnemann, causal. And in homeopathy, as I told in the opening remarks also, that James Cross told, "Cesat effectus, cesat causa." Means they say remove the cause, and we say stop the effect, and cause will stop itself. These kind of verses is that the our side thoughts are generally not very well taken because of many obvious reasons. Then we have a dynamic pharmacology, and there is a versus with the modern pharmacology. The difference is we talk symptoms and they talk a lot of internal vital force operations in the name of pathophysiology and biochemistry and so many other terms. Now, these are the things. There was a discussion with some doctors of the AIMS. Then they were telling me that your medicines are not evolved one. Our medicines are evolved one. But the fact of the matter is that if I talk of belladonna, I know everything of belladonna from the head to the foot and mind to the feelings, what it all can do. But then they have to maintain a side effects register, because they know it later, a usage of the medicine for some 10 years, and they come to know it has got a side effect. But we do not maintain such. So I don't know which one is evolved, but I must say one Dr. B.M. Hegde, a well-known person, every one of you know, he tells that our medicines, how they are really more evolved and more close to the humanity and to the human organism than all these chemicals. Then the law of similia and the law of contraria are as such not known what law is applied. They are not, except homeopathy, rests are not really bothered what kind of law actually applied with their medications. They only talk in the biochemical or molecular terms. Then another versus is this minimum dose and the large dose, which Dr. Mahata's presentation was to explain, this minimum dose. Then everyone, those who are listening me, they will be saying that, am I going, since I'm teaching organon, so all the things I'm going to talk from the organon, is there any science behind? So let us examine if there is any science behind. So just to start with the master's day, that we should really remind his teachings, Hahnemann insight is what? This concept is now appreciated after 200 years of reformist Samuel Hahnemann. He kept a focus on the phenomena of the disease and the homeopathic medicines, and developed the curing art of healing he worked on disease, remedy, and law together. It's a point to note it. He worked on the disease, remedy, and law together. How to understand, because they all are really required. If you see the Ognon doctrinal part 1 to 70, these are the three points: that understanding the disease, understanding the power of the medicine, and the law, on what basis you are going to apply this power of medicine on the disease. He took 70 paragraphs and with footnotes to make us understand all this. So the point to understand here, as I'm saying, focus on the phenomena. Now, I'm not just saying that how people are presenting this, but the scientific understanding and the scientific take is, when there is a phenomena, that has to be considered. You can't ignore phenomena when in the absence of the science, or you can say the science behind the phenomena is not known. So you will not be accepting phenomena. It is never the case. It is never the scientific community said so. So our problem is that Hahnemann focused on the phenomena, and I believe that he was blessed with such a wisdom that he did not really drifted here and there and focused on the phenomena only, so that we are really able to do so much just keeping with the phenomena only. But then seeing the phenomena, seeing the effect of the medicine at the bedside, the scientists like Dr. Mahata and so many other scientists, they are taking the concepts of homeopathy to their laboratory to really explain, find out, explore the science behind the phenomena. So my point of view is that as a clinician, we should not be really just thinking that there is no science behind. Science is there behind, but then we may not be knowing because of the it's not my field. I do not know how to find out the science, or maybe that people were really ignoring it, but not really now the case. And another thing is taking homeopathy as an outdated subject, as we were talking just now. Interdisciplinary approach, good, very nice. But my submission to the profession is that going into the interdisciplinary approaches, I have found so many of our learned colleagues, they change the premise. They just completely put the homeopathy under the carpet and they put the other discipline on the fore. Means my point of view is that if you really do such kind of things and changing the premise, then one day this unnecessarily we will be harming the concept of homeopathy. So in the name of interdisciplinary approach, we are to draw from those sciences which is necessary for homeopathy as per its principles. Even like we just had a discussion with the Dr. Vandana, he told us certain points which is necessarily required for us, like from the biostats and from the RM. There are many situations possible. Like for example, if you're cooking something, like for example a dal you're cooking, you will not put a sugar in that. There are procedures and methods to do everything. So point to understand is that in the name of RM, in the name of biostats, I am not going to sacrifice the homeopathy and the concept of it, which I think everybody agrees to. Now, going further, when I say regarding the disease is dynamic, when I am saying so, just see aphorism 11 and the footnote of it says dynamic derangement. Aphorism 31, it is teaching us that it is only that they are not mechanical or chemical alteration of the material substance of the body and not dependent on a material morbific substance, but they are merely spiritual dynamic derangement of the life. I just take an example here. One of my students, she called me up that many patients are coming now with the viral fever, and they went into the test and found their COVID-19 positive. What to do in this case? Now, we all understand, but then where is the difficulty? That these, I just picked up these 3 points only, But then if you go in the Ognon, Hahnemann, right from the introduction to the Ognon till the all parts of the aphorisms, he's trying to make us understand this very point, that before the virus getting in, before some chemical and biochemical changes are going to take place, something which is quite, you can say, spiritual. Spiritual means something which is not materialistic has taken place. We need to understand this. Just to elaborate this point, I got one call from one homeopathic doctor working in a Delhi government, and she was in the COVID-19 sections for the duties. Now, at one point of time, after doing a duty for continuously 1 month, which was wrong to do, then she get so much of anxiety and anticipation that now I'm going to have this. And working conditions were there that she has to be tolerating this kind of sultry weather in Delhi. It's a hot, humid weather. And with all this, definitely she was in the contact, because there were a lot of crowd, and she was in contact of the positive cases around, because she was in the lab area to work. Now, all these 3 things together, ultimately, after a month, she herself suffered with COVID-19 and extremely terrified, because after all, we all are human beings. So this is how somebody is going to have a disease we need to examine. And when I examined, I found her a case of gelsemium, and just in 24 hours, she was out of the anxiety, she was out of the disease, and it was a wonderful cure, we can say, very nicely done with the gelsemium 200. Similarly, the aphorism 45, where we learn what happens when 2 similar diseases meet together. Again, he is saying here that, and it is a very apt question to all of us from the patients when they ask that, Dr. Saab, you are giving me these some small sweet pills. Can it really cure me? Because according to him, disease is something quite a big materialistic, because there is a tumor, there is so many changes in the biochemistry, in the hematology. So to him, it is a something like Himalaya Parvat. But then Hahnemann wants to teach that it just formed later. Why? Because the basis is this dynamic derangement. So this is something very important we forget, and we just have to understand this very important point, and it is very well explained in 31 also. When this is a triangle and the angles are not meeting, that means this host, this microbes, the agent, and the environment, it is in a perfect balance, dynamic balance, hence disease is not there, rather I am healthy. But something happened, some imbalance occurred between these 3, and these 3 are one word, but then it is a huge word. Just to give the example, agent, it's a complete microbiology. And environment is a internal environment, physical, that is homeostasis, the mental homeostasis, outside social environment, and outside physical environment. Now you can understand how big it is. And the host, when I say, it is a complete psycho-neuro-immunology. Immunology is not that very small, which we were studying from our undergraduates. It is now completely changed to the psyche, to the immunology. That it is the psychology, it is the mind of the person, it is the nervous system, it is the endocrinal system, and it is the immunological system combined together and work. It's a complete system now, and a complete discipline now available in the name of PNI. So this is how we have to understand the dynamicity. The focus is towards the agent, towards the microbes, because of the uh, uh, the people, the scientist community, they just explained this area, Louis Pasteur, and it suits to the business very well. So the cloud burner part, that host part, is completely ignored. We should not ignore, because if we understand this point, we will be able to follow the point of Hahnemann. The dynamic disease is dynamic, and we are to make a point in our mind that we should not talk one-to-one cause. Cause and effect is not one-to-one. It is not always that one microorganism is going to make me sick. It's not always. So another is this non-linear nature of the disease causality, which I am talking to you. Having some disease like cancer or some kind of tumor, so many things, heredity, behavior, environment, virus, mutation, and so many things. Sometimes it is difficult to understand that how it is taking place, because it is so subtle, it is so difficult to understand. Going into so much of subtlety, sometimes not possible. So ultimately, if you see again, this is the verses between this is a conceptual versus, you can see, realm of application of different approaches in the study of biosystems, the linearity, non-linearity, reductionism, holism, analysis, synthesis, rationalism, empiricism, like this. So if we just have a understanding what is this linear functioning, it is the concept of linearity very closely related to that of reductionism. Reductionism is an approach to the science that says that a system in the nature can be understood solely in terms of how its parts are working. Like human being as an organism is like a car. If there is a problem with the car, you open it, find out which part is not working. Either you repair it or you replace it. Such kind of concept came with the courtesy of Mr. Rene Descartes, a philosopher of 17th century. And that concept is known as Cartesian reductionism. And it was so much popular that even biology, even art of medicine, they also adopted those concepts. But then they are only helpful to some extent. But when there is a dynamic diseases are concerned, they are not helping at all. Like for example, such concepts do not help to really look into any possibility for a cure of diabetes or hypertension or heart disease or so many other such allergies and cancers and all those conditions. It's not helping at all. So all this Cartesian method is known as in medical art, application of it's called as biomedical view. And another view is the concept of non-linear functioning. What I describe this linear concept is something where you are reductionist, not holistic. Now this non-linear view is something when you are holistic. So now you can really understand that it is not that homeopathy which is talking holism. Actually, now a complete scientific discipline is developing towards the concept of holism. And they have their own difficulties. I'll be just picking up. Then what is this linear concept? Comparing to the linear, A causes B, B causes C, and like this, it is not really like this in the causal chain. In general system tend to be complex graph in which each effect has many causes and each cause has many effects. It is complex one, we have to learn it. Then how this non-linear concept evolved, fundamental change in the worldview that's occurring in this science and in society, unfolding a new vision of reality, replacement of the mechanistic Cartesian worldview by the systems view of life as named to a new scientific formulation. This holism is now named as systems view of life. See, after 1400 AD, it was a Renaissance period. But then after 1920, when we saw modern physics, the all those concept of the modern physics has come, that say neo-Renaissance period, because of which the whole attitude and the understanding towards the universe and including life started changing. But somehow it is not very well trickling down into the art of medicine. And Hahnemann wrote on the basis of phenomena all those things in these lines. Now people are trying to writing all these concepts, of course the Hahnemannian concept, but then in today's language. That's only the difference. So systems view of life is often being called as complexity theory or science of complexity. Scientists and mathematicians prefer to call it more prosaically non-linear dynamics. So now you can relate that having a stroke of the horse on the abdomen and suffered with some degenerative disease and suffered with dyspepsia. Giving thyroidinum is curing MDS. What is this? It is nothing but the non-linear dynamics understanding, which is the whole basis of homeopathy. We are now coming up with the new terminologies because people are coming up to explain that. And it is very simple to really understand. When you talk of a system, you talk two essential qualities of it: structure, pattern. So far we read physiology is mainly the structure, and we are still not going so much into the pattern. This holism, holistic science, homeopathic science is mainly towards the pattern of the things, not simply the structure of it. Like for example, somebody is having a ureteric stone. With the ureteric stone, how GIT system is really doing a response. Like there was one ancient doctor, N.X.Z. Matthews. He told that in the body, the living body, all the organs of the body are in the romance with each other. So when the ureter is contracting and pain is coming, for that the upper GIT is really crying and vomiting out. This is a very, not very prosaic explanation, but a poetic explanation. But then all those kind of poetic explanations, they are coming with a scientific one. This is a pattern. How the each organs of the body, they are connected in a pattern. We know the connections as a structure. We need to know their pattern of connections, a web of the things. So if we simply have a difference between these two, the reductionist approach, biomedical view, and the holistic view. So I just simply just read from here will be easy for everyone else to understand. In the biomedical view, understanding and knowledge of the molecular basis of the body will eventually solve all medical problems. Individuals cannot be completely understood by the laws of physics, chemistry, molecular biology, or anatomy and physiology. And though these laws are operating within them. So I generally tell in the classes that can you explain the whole organism just on the basis of physics, chemistry, and all such subjects? So tell me that how can I say my daughter that I love you in the language of physics or in the language of chemistry? Should I say something CH3 is connected with some this molecule of benzene and all that? Will that explain that feeling? Not possible. So we reduced the organism to a car, which is not really required. That is what the biomedical view. This biomedical view tells illness can be categorized into a specific diseases characterized by identifiable organic pathology and is considered to be explained when this pathology has been diagnosed. They are living systems that are self-renewing, homeostatic, and adaptive. You cannot think that way. So another point is, in the biomedical view, disease in biomedical terms is conceptualized as a defect of biological and chemical processes of the body that need to be repaired and restored to the biomedically defined norms. But here, if we see the holistic view, an individual is seen as a unified, dynamic, non-linear, complex living system, integrated with a specific physical, social environment. A living system that is composed of subsystems that are in some way machine-like, but also part of the higher order systems that cannot be explained by mechanical principles. It just very grossly seeing look like a machine, but then it is something always much more than a machine. So this journal system theory, this was coined by one scientist, von Buttonfly, and in 1951, and then they just adopting it to the biological systems also. Some electrical engineer came in the Columbia University, and they just take up this. Means now, if you just go from the ancient time, then to the Dark Ages, then to the Renaissance, and then Neo-Renaissance, if you just see, this concept of reductionism and the holism, it is going together, just like railway lines. But sometime, in some of the time, like in the ancient time, this holistic view was prominent. Then in the Dark Ages, slowly, because of the Dark Ages, we forgot those holistic understanding, and all this reductionist approach got, the upper hand. Now people are getting frustrated because it's not helping. So again, this, with the new knowledge, the concept of holism is developing. So what this holism says, the whole is more than sum of its parts. So this is something very important to be understood in an example. Suppose you go and see a movie, and seeing that movie, you have some emotional reactions. Say, for example, you felt very excited, or you just cried out seeing all that movie. Now that expression of the emotion, if you put all these phenomena into a equation, it is that sum of the team of the movie maker and the presenter plus you is equal to, and so many things plus your emotion. Emotion has come from where? It is that the parts are something much more than this holism is something more than the sum of the parts. So if you just give somebody homeopathic medicines, it's not that his WBC getting corrected. He becomes happy, his family becomes happy. So this is what the concept of holism now science is understanding and trying to really restructure it in the science. As a whole, the whole science is getting restructured. We can also say, while we can conceive of a sum being composed gradually, a system as total of parts with its interrelations has to be conceived of as a being composed instantly. While it is true that all the living organisms are ultimately made of atoms and molecules, they are nothing but atom and molecules. See, it's very simply we can say we are made up of atoms and molecules. But are we only this much? But then we are more than that. We are sitting here discussing, is this all coming from the atom or the molecule? No, it is all, they are helping. But then it is something much more than that. This is what the holistic understanding required. There is something else to the life, something non-material and irreducible, a pattern of the organization, that's something that maintains harmonious functioning of all the organ systems. So it is some software, we in homeopathy name it as vital force. So if we see the Fridtjof Capra in his landmark work on the dynamic living phenomena of our ecological system, the web of life, the noted modern physicist Fridtjof Capra has stressed upon the non-linear theory of causation operational in living system that has dramatically increased the understanding the key and characteristics of the life. So like this, we will be having so many of the explanations regarding the non-linear model and in relation with the web of causality of the disease. He says, Bridge of Capra, in fact, the web of causality functions at the very subtle level to produce effects that are beyond the realm of human understanding. That is why many aphorisms and their footnotes, Henman says, you cannot completely and very meticulously understand the internal operations of the vital force. So there are so many things which are still really not known. One Nobel laureate, Alexis Carrel, he wrote a book, Man the Unknown. And such a man saying man the unknown. That's what here the Bridge of Capra trying to make us understand. So like this, there are so many things. We talked this thermodynamics and all in the lecture of Dr. Mahata. So that's not really required to take up here because we already talked about it. Then in the another reference, if we go, the human behavior is seldom linear. It is processual, and there are many influences operating simultaneously, some known and some unknown. So you cannot really simply always say that human behavior is linear. It is not. Thus, linear treatment models ought to fail in the complex self-organizing system of living beings, since the actual manifestation of the disease is always multi-causal and depends on the conjugation of precipitating the psychosocial and pathogenic factor which work in an unpredictable, non-linear manner, along with the constitutional susceptibilities in particular, as we talk the web of the disease and the health. So in respect of understanding disease, humoral theory of Hippocrates, the so much of understanding like miasmatic and all in homeopathy by Hahnemann, they all are actually the stepping stone towards the concept of PNI, that is psychoneuroimmunology. Let us just have a glimpse of this evolution of this concept of PNI, which is very important for every one of us. If you see, they are the 9 scientists you can see, right from the Hippocrates to the Robert Adler and others, those who developed the subject. Like here, it is the explanation. If you see that causation, web of the causation, in that Louis Pasteur explained one part, that is the microorganisms. The host part, for which the Claude Bernard was after Louis Pasteur that you are wrong. You should give this importance to the host. So this is the explanation of that particular part, the host. And environment is also very well explained, but this area, host area, how we give the red carpet to the virus and bacteria, that is something very important. Because the fact of the matter is, whatever you think tolicosm, you cannot kill virus and bacteria. And it is not been, we are seeing how this antibiotic era is going towards the failure. So this Hippocrates, Hahnemann, Claude Bernard, Walter Cannon, Hans Selle, George Solomon, Robert Adler, David Fallon, and many others with Robert Adler, and very important personality, Candice Pert, who wrote a book, Molecules of Emotion. It is such an explanation where when in homeopathy we say that because of the grief you are suffering with sinusitis are explained with this phenomena. Something very important to go into all the details of this. But though we are able to conclude that non-linearity, that understanding disease is possible holistically, all right, we got one point. We started with one point, the disease is dynamic, and the science is saying, yes, disease is dynamic. We should take this way only. And now they are saying this disease is dynamic in a very scientific manner. But the point is, while describing the disease and making it understand as dynamic, they forgot working on the treatment. Where is the treatment? They are unable to bring forth. So the present understanding of the holism in this science is a half-sighted science. It has got one eye only. That is understanding disease. The next eye has not yet developed, that is regarding the treatment. But I tried to understand the whole work of Master Hahnemann with the holistic understanding, system view, and PNI, that whatever it is. What we find is that Hahnemann, as I told you in the beginning of my presentation, that Hahnemann developed the understanding of the disease along with the understanding of the medicine, and he worked together the law on what basis you are going to apply the medicine on the disease. So he is able to develop a complete therapeutic system. We call it homeopathy. But you see, where now science is heading towards, they understood disease is dynamic, stop taking these kind of medication, and they are now exploring what are the possible treatment. Maybe a yoga, maybe this, maybe that. So many things they are trying under the name of psychology, under the name of many different therapies. But not that great success they are able to achieve. Now, let us just, one or two slides remaining, I am just going to finish my presentation. If we see the homeopathy and keeping in view the latest sciences like psychology or other disciplines in the mind, if we try to understand Hahnemann in this way. So now you see this slide, you will find there are psychosocial factors. There are other environmental factors. So if you go through these, there are so many psychosocial factors for which so many of the psychological scientists and psychologists, they have worked a lot, and we all consider that stressful life events, work related, family related, role related, personality factors, depressive personality, and all these points, we have, and the other physical environment outside. Then the concept of PNI, which is going to tell us about the whole network of psyche, neurology, endocrinology is an extension of the neurology only, and then the immunology. All those functions, it means the internal environment and the external environment, psychological side, physical side, internal and external, that is to be understood. And then factors not subject to modifications, they are genetics, age, past experiences. You can put MISM also here like this, and there you are going to understand the holistic well-being of the person, the optimal physical, mental, emotional, spiritual functioning. Now, if you come to the treatment part, now in the treatment part, if you see, what is this? Biopsychosocial aspect, then PNI, that is biomedical view. These are the two understanding of the science, and then if you just put them together, equal to the holistic approach of homeopathy along with the treatment. If you go in the treatment, it's a very fascinating thing to understand this slide. We sometimes feel that our drug provings are something quite ancient and not really evolved, not really scientific. It's not that. Now, you just try to understand the proving with this presentation model I made in this slide, that what is happening? It is the merging. What is drug proving? Drug proving is a merging of PNI, or you can say biopsychosocial aspect of a prover and of the plant or whatever the drug substance we are taking. A plant, like for example, lycopodium, which was there in the geological era much before the human being. It was a huge tree, and now it is just a small plant. It is existing from that geological era to this geological era, but then human being just came now, but then some more than 10 lakh years already passed for the human on the earth. So we have so much of changes in our genetic material. I'm just saying simply PNI, or you can say biopsychosocial aspect. And same happened with the plant. Now these two personalities, they are merging. When these two personalities are merging, then thereafter the symptoms come out. That is what, the drug proving. It is not that very small. And on that basis, we take the case of the patient, and we also go into the lot of detail of the patient up to the family history, and then we do law of similia, applying such kind of medicine. So it is just a glimpse understanding about our proving. And finally, if I conclude, holism is now well understood with the modern concepts too. Now, new normal is data is a new oil, sitting is a new smoking. Old thought of holism is revisiting with a new understanding. Homeopathy, in one way, is a very complete art of healing because it has both the eyes intact, understanding of the disease and the understanding of the medicine, and the application means you are able to focus with the both eyes, but the science is still working on the one eye. So we can understand how still we are quite far off. But the only thing is that we must go into these details. We must keep on working. When I am talking to you about PNI, even this is not very well accepted in the realm of the practicing medicine. It is still not come. So every science develops, takes its own time coming to the fore for a common people. So is with homeopathy. When I joined homeopathy some 30 years back, I saw people were really not knowing homeopathy. But out of all the havoc of this COVID-19, thanks to COVID-19, those who were not believing homeopathy, even they popped the arsenic album 30 pill for their safety, because fear teaches so many things. So anyway, thank you very much everyone for this patient hearing. I hope it is going to really increase your thoughts and feelings regarding the concept of holism. Thank you very much. Thank you everyone. Thank you so much.
Uh, thank thank you, Dr. Pankaj Aggarwal, for this lucid presentation, very authentic presentation, and very thought-provoking presentation. Just a moment. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would like to say, like, your discussion bridges the gap between material concept and the non-material or spiritual concept, between the old concept and the new concept, between the theory and practice. Not only practicing, holding our head high. Because of this time demands science, time demands whatever you are practicing, you should be practicing in such a way that everybody will accept you as a physician, regard you as a physician, irrespective of what pathy you are practicing. And in that journey, I am sure Dr. Pankaj Aggarwal's lecture will help every homeopath to gain their self-esteem. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Suman.
Now, next talk is a little bit late for the next talk, but next talk is by Dr. Yashasvi Shakdvipiya. She did her graduation with gold medal from Bharati Vidyapeeth Pune and post graduation in repertory from Jodhpur. Currently, she is pursuing her PhD and working as an assistant professor of homeopathy at the Homeopathy University, Jaipur. She has clinical experience of more than 10 years and teaching experience of more than 7 years. So, let us welcome our next speaker, Dr. Yashasvi Shakdvipiya. Her topic is ethical dilemmas of practicing homeopathy during COVID-19 pandemic. Very timely and apt discussion. We have a very high expectation regarding this topic. Please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Suman. And before starting this session, I would like to thank Dr. Suman Bagchi also, because he is the person who put that thought in my mind. And from there on, just through a simple discussion, I came up with this topic. So without taking much of the time, I'm just starting with my topic of the day. So this is my topic is, as you know, ethical dilemmas of practicing homeopathy during COVID-19. Uh, uh, so just give me a minute. So is it visible, sir? So why I have, yes.
Just wait. Somehow it is, the black screen is coming. Just double click on your screen. Anyway, please go on. It will come away. Somehow connection problem maybe.
Okay, maybe. So let me just go through this once again, and I can be able to join this. It is somehow paused.
Just close the presentation and open it again. Reopen it again. Then it will not happen. Share the screen again.
Now is it visible?
No, it is not visible. Just close the stop the screen sharing. Then start again. I'm doing it from your part. Stop.
Okay.
Yeah. Then close the presentation and reopen it, and then start sharing your screen. Anyway, please go on. I'm trying.
So,
If there is any
yes.
problem, I'll be sharing from my part.
Okay, fine. So first of all, why I have chosen this topic? So ethical dilemmas of practicing homeopathy. So before starting with this discussion of participating in this webinar, we just had a small discussion with our PG students that what are the issues they are nowadays during pandemic they are facing, about what should they do, means how to deal with their patients. Means right now they have so many questions regarding is it ethical to practice during these pandemic times. Is it there are certain, are there any guidance who can tell us whether we should treat a symptomatic patient or not, or we should be able to see these patients at our clinic also or not. So likewise, these were the top issues which our students were facing. And while we worked out through these topics, I have seen that why we are considering this ethical dilemmas as an pressure or a burden upon us, because it is causing a lot of stress among many practitioners, especially the budding homeopaths. So usually we see ethics as an prescriptive activity, like telling you what you cannot do, but in many cases it can be, it is like what you cannot do, it's more like what you should do. It is not like you should not do this or you should not do that. Ethics tells you what you should do so that you are acceptable to everyone. So this is the basic concept of ethics, why it has came into practice, the ethical guidelines. So Dr. Suman, I am still not able to see my slide.
We can see your screen.
Achha,
Yeah, this is the
okay,
next screen.
okay, fine. Okay. So this COVID is not only creating havoc among us only, but it is creating havoc among every aspect of society or every region of the globe. Everyone is facing that. And currently, if we are very specific about current situation of India, so we are under the unlockdown phase 2.1, and challenges which our governance is facing about the prompt policy decision at the current situation, and then effective implementation by the government agencies. And because of these governance issues, we as in homeopaths are also facing some ethical dilemmas. And secondly, what is happening and what it is, why it is creating an havoc among healthcare workers is the strict compliance of these guidelines by the citizens. So again, this is an issue which is not only we as an homeopath are facing, but every doctor, nursing staff or healthcare worker is facing this situation. So we are the four frontiers of this war. You can see the real situation in India, the proportion of patient and the doctor, and the way we have to carry on these duties apart from our families. Then one of my friend who just now joined this meeting, he is working in a Lucknow hospital, and he was homeopath turned into a nuclear medicine doctor. So he also, since March 22nd, he is away from family for 15 days. He is on duty, and for the next 15 days, he is in self quarantine. So it is causing a lot of stress on the family of doctor, on the doctor himself or herself, as well as we don't have a specific treatment regimen right now. So even though the policies are coming, the advisories are every day, there are a lot of new amendments are coming. So as a young homeopath, I feel this is the right platform to discuss about these things. So first of all, why we as in doctors are having these issues? Because we are social animals. So this is quite obvious that we feel these kind of issues, because what corona is creating a pressure on a person who is in business or who is in teaching, the same pressure is being felt by us. And being in forefront warriors, we are actually feeling the real situation of COVID patients. So there are a lot of newses and FB posts every day. These kind of posts and news are coming that doctors and nurses are risking their mental health, and they are risking, now they are questioning whether they should stuck to these compliances and rules and regulations. So currently we are at this crossroad of crisis and the opportunity. And these are the testing times, not only for the government or for especially homeopathy, but everywhere we are seeing that there are a lot of ethical dilemmas are coming up. Tertiary care doctors are facing these kind of dilemmas because ventilators are running out of proportion. So they don't know to whom to give that ventilator, to whom not to give that ventilator. And thanks to corona only that we as an homeopathy are being recognized as an integral part of alternative medicine. So before that, patients who were truly believer of homeopathy were coming, and nowadays we are every day we are attending calls ki ma'am, can we take arsenic album for this, can we take arsenic album for this. This is the time we should also feel that it is our obligation to not only give them advice, but to give them advice within our ethical realm. So this process is why we are facing all these stresses, because we are struggling between providing evidence whether we work or not, like Dr. Pankaj has said rightly, and Dr. Vandana has also quoted this, that evidence-based medicine is one of the factors which we are struggling with. So why we are struggling with this? If we can keep a proper record, or we practice an within our ethical realms by as an advisories given by our government policies, there will not be a lot of pressure. But we should be well versed with this. As in young homeopaths, I have seen they don't just go through their Ayush portals, and they don't go through these evidence based medicine concept, what they think is just to give them medicine as an homeopath and my work is over. If my patient says, yes, ma'am, yes, sir, I am better now, they think that their duty is over, but it is not like that. The basic ethics will always be remain there, and we have to work out within that realm, and it is our professional commitment, but to serve this society and all these aspects. And currently all we are facing this a great socio-economic impact on us. So all this process is continuously multiplying in exponential growth and creating a lot of pressure among us, and that is why we are facing these issues, whether we should practice during this pandemic's time or not, and how to practice, because COVID-19 is nothing but an acute pandemic disease, and we should treat it like that, not like if media is covering it is in lot of out of proportion media coverage is coming up. So we should not feel obligated to answer all these things. We should be in duty bound concept. So if as an PG teacher, I have seen my students, they are constantly telling me, ma'am, we want to practice, but we don't have PPE kits, I don't have surgical gloves. So this is not only you, but we as an country is facing this scarcity of resources. But it doesn't give us a chance to back out from serving our society. It is our obligation to remain within this society norms and ethical norms. And again, there are a lot of speculations whether arsenic album should be given as preventive or some other medicine should be given as preventive, and how to treat an asymptomatic patient.
It seems she has been disconnected. Just wait for some time, because the software will be automatically trying to reconnect. And Dr. Yashasvi, are you there? Dr. Yashasvi, just keep your video off so that it will take less bandwidth.
Okay, okay, sir. Okay, fine.
Okay.
So we are currently in a situation of a person who is standing at the crossroads, and he has this caption in his head that just do the best you.
Excuse me. There is some connection problem happening in part of Dr. Yashasvi. Yeah, you need not share your screen. Just share your
Yes,
screen off.
yes,
Just
yes, I
just
did
u-
that.
just use audio so that we can hear you.
Yes, am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible. You are audible. Just go with it. If there is connection problem, we will be moving towards the next presenter. Just wait for some time. Hello, are you there?
Hello. Yes.
Yeah, yeah. Please continue. Please continue.
Okay. So I will just run somewhat faster in this.
We cannot predict the network because of the network glitch. It happens during these online meetings. Okay, just wait. Just wait for some time. Are you there? You can move
Yes.
towards.
Yes.
Yeah, you can
Okay. Yes.
move towards window.
Okay. So I think now I am connected to this. Yes, Dr. Suman. So currently, apart from these, many private practitioners are also facing this situation, whether to run their clinics or not. And as well,
Dr. Yashasvi, hello. It seems she has got disconnected again. So I would ask her, um, if she wants the remaining part of the presentation, she can continue after the next presenter, that is Dr. Suman Bagchi. He has done his BHMS from Mahesh Bhattacharya Homeopathic Medical College and Hospital and MD from DND Homeopathic Medical College and Hospital, Kolkata. He has completed his PhD from the University Homeopathy University, Jaipur. Now and has acted as an assistant professor in the Department of Forensic Medicine and Toxicology in CL Choksi Homeopathic Medical College and Hospital, Bilashpur in Chhattisgarh. Currently, he is a homeopathic medical officer under government of Chhattisgarh. So, his topic of discussion is Modus operandi of homeopathic medicine in light of a new concept. So, I would ask Dr. Bagchi to go ahead with his presentation, please. Dr. Bagchi, are you there? Dr. Bagchi has also got disconnected, it seems. Dr. Bagchi, are you there? If he is not there, I would ask the next presenter, Dr. Bikash Biswas. Dr. Bikash Biswas, are you ready? Dr. Bikash Biswas, are you ready?
He's also writing in the WhatsApp group, something hanged and some glitch is there with him also.
Okay, let me see. In the meantime, I would ask Professor Dr. Akhilesh Kansar to say a few words. Dr. Bikash, we can see you,
Because
but you can hear us also, but you are not unmuting. You-
because we completed his topic.
Dr. Bikash, Dr. Bikash, can you see? Can you see us? We can see you. Okay, if you are not there, then we will be removing you from the panel list.
Because it's basically
Vikash, Vikash is saying in the group that I cannot hear anything right now. My laptop is not working.
laptop is
Vikash
not
is telling.
working.
It's
Uh,
the
uh,
message.
but it is working anyway. Um, so, Professor Dr. Akhilesh Khan sir, please say something. In the meantime,
Okay, thank you, Suman. I do not know whether my network will function, but still it is functioning.
just for
Okay, okay, okay,
two
okay.
3 minutes, sir. Just for
Just,
2 3 minutes.
just I'm hearing the lecture of Madam who devoted his contribution to develop the research methodology and others. Something it is not new, already is incorporated in our Central Council of Research in Homeopathy and other research institutions. And he has given some ideas in his own how to evaluate and how to identify the miasms, and she has mentioned some her own questionnaires to identify the miasms, but she did not mention the details about it. Just is given some limelight over there. However, Dr. Pankaj has said many things about the historical perspective, about the scientific perspective, and in research, and about the so many historians he has mentioned. But one thing we should know, when as a teacher of organon and as a teacher of mathematica, what Hahnemann told earlier 200 years back, 200 years back, and in organon medicine, and whether these are still pertinent in the science of nanotechnology, in the science of our chemical biology so advanced, it is our duty to correlate. Then I once most of the students coming from the science side with the biology, physics, and chemistry, they become confused. They become confused. What is the dynamic influence, dynamic power? Hahnemann has tried to explain it in the aphorism number 11 with its footnote by giving some examples that it is the positive action, one object to the other objects. But it is now our duty to interpret it the modern science in the nanotechnology. Now the concept, what Hahnemann told earlier in before 1843, he was very much correct because the science was not so much developed at that time. Now the concept, the human biology has been changed totally. Now the genetic configuration has been introduced in the modern science. Now the electronic configurations and has been changed. The nuclear ideas has been changed. So it is our duty to correlate it. We have to make it correlate. Whenever we present some presentation, we try to quote somewhere from. Don't forget it. Don't go through the history, but history will help us. What Hahnemann told earlier through the organon up to sixth edition, he was correct to that. When Hahnemann placed the organon in sixth edition, Dalton just not accepted, just place his atomic theory. Understands? So let us, everyone should go. The science, how much it was developed, but Hahnemann was still pertinent in this very relevant period of time. So why Hahnemann has changed the dynamic vital force to vital principles? It is the vital principle. Sometimes we the teachers make confused to the student. Principle, it is a law. No, it is the principles, means the basic element of the life. Hahnemann, when he was telling that the vital principle, it is the vital principle, it is something materialistic idea, mind that. It is something not abstract, materialistic. It is a basic element of it. Why? Because immediately after Hahnemann, And when the Louis Pasteur and other developed the bacteriological concept, and also the biology was so advanced. Therefore, Dr. Darwin, when he told that I do not know the how traits are being transformed into generation to generation. One time Darwin supported Hahnemann, but was the criticizer of Hahnemann, but ultimately he supported Hahnemann. And Darwin told that how the traits are being generation to generations. The Horogobindo Corona and Mendel came forward to explain the traits are being done. But Hahnemann in 1810 and thereafter in organomedicine, that the miasmatic imprints runs generation to generations. Understand? In this way he explained. And so it is our duty as a teacher to interpret everything in the modern science. Why the nanotechnology, why the IIT students are coming forward, from the IIT teacher are coming to research, and the quantum physics is coming, teacher are coming. Yes, really something is doing. In this way we have to interpret by the modern science, otherwise the science will not explain. A lot of papers are placed before the Supreme Court of India. Supreme Court rejected all the things. Rejected. Why rejected? Because there was no evidence. There is no statistics as well there. In spite of we have a good research unit, Central Council of Research Research in Homeopathy. A lot of cases since 40 years they are doing research.
Hello. 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 Yeah. In the meantime, just wait. Just wait. Just wait. Sorry, there was some interruption. Hello. Yeah, there was some interruption. We cannot hear you. Anyway, Dr. Suman Bagchi.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, you can start your presentation. Okay, we are eagerly waiting for your presentation.
It is my no. Very sorry. Okay.
Please go ahead.
Can you see the slide? Dr. Suman?
No, no.
Please continue with your presentation. If slide is not working, it is okay.
Okay. My today's presentation is some different things. Actually, already Agarwal sir discussed the holisms, Madam discussed the research methodology tools, and also in first Mahata sir's topic, I have discussed on the nanoscience. So far my knowledge, because it is a vast science. But today, this is the new topic. My topic is modus operandi of homeopathic medicines in the light of a new concept. So the next question comes, it is either proved or it is a hypothesis. Yes, really it is a hypothesis, because in research process, after the research questions, the hypothesis comes. And in some hypothesis, they has worked without any without any experimental evidence, and this is known as string theory in science. And so today I like to discuss one of the hypotheses, only that which is not experimented till now, but till we can believe it. Now, background next. What is the background? Because why I select the topic? Because science and technology is advancing at such a pace that is not far away that we will be see in many new, almost magical perceptual changes. Okay, next. If we discuss about the fundamental science of homeopathy, so there are two ways. First is the what is homeopathy, or is it shows the starting particle after 12 potencies that already have discussed in the Mahata science papers. That is the nanoscience. Next, the one another second is the fundamental rules is how the homeopathic medicines how to act. That is the modus operandi. And today I'd like to discuss this topic. Okay, now the come to the topic. When the homeopathic my audio is clear?
Yes, yes.
Okay. When there is a dilution, when there is a potentizations, in higher dilutions, there is a hydrogen bonded ion forms, and it is known as NAM, that is nano and microclusters. It is a single HO bonds. Actually, when I go through the papers of Mahathosars, the same thing is discussed, but they were the hydrogen bonded ions. So what is the difference because between the NAM and the hydrogen bonded ions? Actually, NAM is a single bond HO ions and it is a more stable. But hydrogen bonded ions are not stable in higher dilutions because they easily change and form the various structures. And so according to the structures from 1965, they were various named. They are called as various named. Like first Barnard called as water polymer. Then 1985, the Mahathosar concept was the coherent dominance that discussed in the previous slide. And in 1991, Anagnostasus GS proposed the Clathret models. So now what is the properties of NAM? Actually, NAM means nano and microclusters. NAM are not the complex water structures. They are formed with H and single bond O oxygen. So it's H and single bond oxygens in the homeopathic medicines. And each NAM carries the signatures of certain physico-chemical properties borrowed from the raw medicinal materials or chemicals. Next. Now the come to the disease. Actually, I don't want to go to the aphorism number 11 that there is a depression of vital force. Don't want to. Now the model concept is disease is a condition of the body or some part or organ of the body in which its functions are disturbed or deranged. That means in a single word, we can say that cell irritability. So it should be understand that what is the irritability? It means that when a cell is diseased, the everything is disorganized within a cell. Like its hello,
Yes, yes, yes. Please go ahead.
its secretion, its function, its even its temperature, and also the structure of the water within the disease cell is totally changed. Now it is the reference, the paper, the water of the diseased human cell gets rather disordered compared to that healthy cells. So I can try to understand the irritability of it. That means when a cell is diseased, the total organized of a cells is disorganized. Next. And when these NAM molecules of a homeopathic medicine reach to the disease cell, they secretes some small molecule proteins, several small molecule proteins such as cytokines. This cytokines is a is important plays a role is an important play in immunomodulation and also chemokines, the signaling molecules and growth factors which act in a peregrine or endocrine manner to the repair of the cells. So that is when these NAM of a homeopathic medicine reach to the disease cell, they secrete these small molecule proteins. Next. Now, there is NAM is a some charge pattern, and also disease cell has a some charge pattern, and this is known as the charge distribution pattern, composed of different proteins and other cellular materials secreted by disease cells, and it is always asymmetric in nature and quite different from that of the normal cell. It is mentioned particularly in disease cell. So because disease cell is already there is irritability. So also its charge pattern is disturbed around it. Now that CDPs, that means charge distribution patterns around the disease cells are disease specific, different from different disease. Then now the important topic, tunneling of H plus ions. This topic is related to the quantum physics. So I like to here describe very simple way what is tunneling. Suppose this is a molecule for demo and it is a barrier because there is some barrier between the NAM and some disease cell secretions because they are different of charge distribution pattern. So their electron or H plus ion cannot cross easily. For this reason, there is utilized by tunneling effect. Now, this is the barrier method. It has a specific mass and kinetic energy, and it is a suppose molecule. So it is also some mass and kinetic energy. But as it has a more kinetic energy and mass, and it has a less, so it easily cannot cross this barrier. This is the classical physics. But if this molecule is changed into waves, then it comes the quantum physics, and these waves easily cross through these barriers. And this method is known in quantum physics, that is the tunneling. And through this tunneling method, H plus ions and protons of NAM can interchange to the disease cells secretions. Now, after there is a electrostatic interchange between the disease cells secretions and the NAM, there is some changes occurs in the disease cells. Now, how can I understand that? What changes occurs? And this should be understood by two parameters. One is entropy. This topic is related to the entropy thermodynamics in physics. What is entropy? It means when a cell is diseased, then there is a totally hazards. So for that, it is a measure that quantify how much disorder has exist. Maybe the thermal conditions, maybe its secretions, maybe its functions, even just previously described that the structure of the water of a disease cells. So in a disease cell, entropy is higher, but after there is an electrostatic interaction, this entropy becomes minimized. So as a result, next parameter is pH also. So when the entropy is minimized, then as a result, changing the signaling of a cell. That means when a cell was diseased, their signaling pattern was totally disturbed. But when it is trying to recover and reorganized again, then also the changing of the signaling of a cell is changed, like previous when healthy, like healthy cell. And then it transforms into healthy cell. And it is a novel phenomenological demonstrating the interaction between the disease cell and homeopathic medicines, that is NAM. has been proposed that cures the disease. Ion tunneling, entropy, and related information changes taking place during the healing process appear to be associated with biological phenomena yet to be fully developed. So acknowledged Dr. Subhaditya Bhattacharya in the Professor of Department of Physics, IIT Guwahati, and also Professor Vijay Krishna Chakraborty Chaudhuri, Center of Rural and Cryogenic Technologies, Jadavpur University. So thank you. That is my discussion in a modern concept.
Uh,
Hello.
yeah, thank you, Dr. Bagchi, and thank you again for taking initiative to organize this kind of event. This
Okay,
kind of
thank
event.
you. Also, thanks to Dr. Suman Halder for heads of
No, it's
devotion.
okay. It's okay. But the thing is that uh, these are the things that get us moving to cope with this corona pandemic situation. We are all almost locked down. Um, so these are the things: the learning period, skill development period, clearing period. I wish that everyone from those who are attending in this webinar, uh, they have some takeaway messages um, from each of the speakers. There are some questions I would like to ask Dr. Biswajit Basu sir, and there is questions regarding research orientation perspective from a UG student. So I would like to ask Dr. Basu sir to discuss on this topic.
Thanks, Suman. Actually, in UG level, there is a provision from Central Council for Research in Homeopathy to conduct research under the guidance of teachers. They are having stipulated rules and regulation, and with few honorariums, they are also will get some honorarium regarding the scope of research in undergraduate level. But regarding the topics, I do like to emphasize two things. During undergraduate level, as they are not up to the mark or develop their skill in clinics, it could be better if they do join personally in any drug proving program in their institute or in CCRS institute nearby. That could be very good. Another important thing, when they will grade it in clinical year, they may conduct research work under the guidance of their teachers, simply to show the efficacy of homeopathic medicine with few prescribed inclusion and exclusion criteria from source book of Materia Medica. Then they will get the confidence to practice homeopathy in future. At the same time, they will be getting the knowledge of effect of medicine, curative of medicine, what they have taught in organon classes. Another thing is very important for undergraduate level. Actually, to conduct research, some interdisciplinary knowledge should be incorporated in an undergraduate level. That is biostatistics and all those things. As far my knowledge is concerned, in undergraduate levels, there is no scope of biostatistics still there. But in different universities, whether they are conducting basic science courses, even in undergraduate course, I know well in Jadavpur University, in food science, they have incorporated biostatistics paper in particular semester. Unless or until we incorporate biostatistics in undergraduate syllabus to conduct a research and to formulate the data in different forms for research work, is to be difficult. Another thing for undergraduate level, I am also suggesting the research work for making and accumulating data from community. the patient, those who are coming in our outdoor OPD and IPD, just to collect the data uh, regarding the treatment status before homeopathy medicine, what they have took, and after homeopathic medicine, the statistical information, just to collect data from the OPD register, what type of patients commonly coming in our OPD, what type of patients are being cured. To formulate the data in research proposal or in research format, they should know the biostatistics. Now I do like to summarize. First, they must join if they get the chance or opportunity, drug proving a program. Hahnemann said beautifully in his writings, if homeopathy doctor once proved any one drug, only then he can realize the curative power of medicine. So I am requesting all undergraduate students, please participate in the doctoral program. And apart from that, as per CCRE's curriculum, or what they have suggested, you may join in different research projects. Thanks, Suman.
Thank you, sir. Among us is Dr. Geeta Arora. She pinged me yesterday. Hello, are you there? You can unmute yourself, Dr. Geeta Arora.
Yes. Hi, how are you?
Yeah, I am fine. Please express whatever you are willing.
Yes. It's a wonderful event. I think the best part was the subjects being covered were very well. So I especially like Dr. Pankaj and the speakers because I could not hear the earlier one. So I would just like to add one point because with Dr. Yashasvi could not complete that, that Ayush practitioners are having hesitation about practice and, opening the clinics or not. I would like to share that in April only a guideline had come from Ayush Ministry where the private practice and all the Ayush clinics were allowed to be open. So they should not worry about it. But yes, definitely we should practice very much within the guidelines with no tall claims and only practice as per the guidelines. And also at this particular time, I would like to suggest that we should try and maintain the habit of prescription if you are dealing with COVID cases. That's my suggestion because I'm sharing that with experience because this is a new disease for everyone. We don't want to get into any trouble. So I am practicing. I've never closed my clinic in all the lockdown. I would like to share with you. Every day my clinic was open, and 90% I was practicing telemedicine. So I'm seeing COVID cases like everyone else, but only on video consults. But as per my usual practice, where I used to give prescription only in cases where asked, here I'm giving prescriptions to everyone and writing each and every data what the patient is giving me. We have to mention past history. We have to mention all the details which patient is giving because this is a new disease and you don't want to get into any legal thing. Tomorrow, God forbid, if anything happens to the patient. So you must write past history and also as per what was advised by one of the Ayush seminars that we should never tell a patient ourselves that take only homeopathy. See, I am a staunch follower of homeopathy. I'm very passionate about the subject. But in COVID, in a pandemic disease, you should not tell the patient that only take homeopathy. It's the patient choice. Ideally, you should say that you take the conventional medicine because as per the pandemic law, first patient has to have access to the conventional medicine. And keep a record, keep evidence. You make a note of what medicine you gave, have the prescriptions, keep a record of follow-up. And maintain a close follow-up till the patient is asymptomatic and even after 17 days of with the patient is asymptomatic. So that's what that's I'm just sharing my little experience so that tomorrow, because it's good that we are able to deal with cases, but it's very important to safeguard ourselves legally also. So that's all I wanted to share here, that maintaining data, giving prescription and all that is very, very important. And people should practice. They should not be hesitant about it. One should go ahead and follow the telemedicine guidelines. Maybe if people can access it online, it's available. Ayush had issued it. So just follow that. That's very important.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Geeta Arora. It was a nice talk. And it is very much relevant also because that's why I asked to switch on the video of Dr. Biswajit Basu He has already done a few webinars regarding these topics, and in future we would like to go in detail regarding what are the norms, what are the guidelines, what are the precautions as a doctor we will have to maintain during our online consultation. So
It will be my pleasure. Actually, I am giving the assurance to you people. Just first go through the guideline, making download from the RCC's website regarding telemedicine guideline. There is two part. One part is legislation, another part is applied part. Legislation is being very clearly noted there. But as we are executing telemedicine for last since 12th April 2020, I am practicing telemedicine mostly. About 80% of my patients are attending my telemedicine clinic. Then I will say in detail the applied part of telemedicine, how we can. Thank you so much.
thank you, thank you. Now Dr. Yashasvi is available, so I would ask her to continue the remaining part of her presentation, please.
Thank you, Dr. Suman, but I think I should make it quite quick because
Yeah.
there may be some issues. So right now I have joined it through my mobile only.
Yeah.
So I'm just sharing my screen.
Should I share your screen on your behalf?
That is perfectly fine. Or is it visible if I can go with this also?
Just show your face on your mobile, and I'm showing my screen.
Okay. Okay, sir. Okay.
Sorry, I am leaving the meeting now. I have a
It's okay.
pre-scheduled program at 10.
Okay,
Sorry.
thank you
Thank
very
you,
much.
sir. Thank you.
Thank all of you. We will meet
Okay,
again.
thank you. Of course, sir.
All the best.
Okay.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. Yeah, please continue.
Yeah. So, as we were discussing about the dilemmas and the issues we are facing as an doctor and healthcare worker, which is from self-protection issues to the socio-economic impact we are facing to the end of evidence-based medicine. So these were the dilemmas we are facing. So can you show the slides, Dr.
Yeah, I'm opening it. Just go on. I'll be.
Okay, fine. So I briefly going through my previous slides that there are a lot of questions which students are facing, that whether they should do their private practices or not, or how to protect themselves, because there is bad attitude between the in their society and neighborhood also, because many of the PG residents have complained that they have to leave their PGs or the rented rooms because of the societies or neighborhoods negative view about being infected by through this corona, because of through these healthcare workers who are residing with them. And we are also seen as an opportunist, especially homeopathy, the distribution, the huge distribution which have been made among the masses of arsenic album as a preventive medicine. So again, this has got a lot of media coverage in positive sense also and in negative sense also. But we should know that if we are distributing over the counter these medicines, then how should we comply this within our norms? So we should not be seen as an opportunist or a money-minded people who are start getting benefit money benefits from these things. Okay. So just come to the slide number 15, sir.
Just wait. It is not visible right now. Just.
So ethics, we are always bounded by, with three basic ethics as a medical person, not only as a homeopath, but every medical practitioner is obligated to follow transparency, advocacy, and honoring human life remains, which is deeply remained within us. So transparency in the sense that if you are practicing some genus epidemicus, or you are treating some COVID patients, like Dr. Pankaj has also quoted, and in one of my slide also I have given this slide of Homeopathy University, which has done a study at SMS Hospital Jaipur, which is a medical college also. So there they have treated around 47 patients, and many of them had got discharged after 3 or 5 days. So all because of this transparency. If you are maintaining a good transparency and your patient or your participant knows that what you are going to give him and how it is going to help him, and you are also making him aware of the auxiliary measures or the compliance rules which are advised by the government, so you are at the safer side and you can practice as you want. And advocacy, definitely advocacy of governing law should always be maintained, and honoring human life remain deeply within us. Then again, all
Screen
these,
is visible, Dr.
yes,
Yeah,
yes, now it is
yeah,
visible. Okay.
yeah.
So just go on the slide number 13, which there I have summarized all the ethical issues, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, so here you can see that what as an homeopath we should do, and we should be responsible for the use we are using this social media, how to respond to these newspapers or this digital news, or if we are posting something on FB or on Twitter, then you should frame your language, and you should frame it within your guidelines as a medical practitioners. You cannot claim some success stories just like that. You have to give your insight, and it is, you should be aware that whenever you make any quotation or make any claim, then you are being seen as an expertise by a media person or a press person, and he may or can quote you at any place. He can quote you, and he can you will be then responsible or be answerable for that quotations. So you should use it as a responsible person. There are ethical guidelines to use medical practitioners while they are using some social media sites, or while they are facing press or newspapers. There are certain guidelines which should be followed by our ICMR also. These have been given. You can just go onto the ICMR portal. From there also you can access that, and through many ethical journals also you can get that idea. Then again, the second and the prime most thing is patient confidentiality and consent. So trust is an essential part of doctor patient relationship. Suppose I am telling my patient to take ourselves as an preventive medicine, but I am not governing him, or I am not advising him to maintain social distancing, or if I am not giving him the referral numbers which he should call when he is in need of in severe conditions, or how to report to the authorities. If I am not giving this confidentiality to my patient, then I am not abiding by my laws, and there I am definitely making mistakes. And for that, if someone claims me as an unethical person, I am very well liable to take this as an my fault. Okay, so we should always maintain to this patient consent and confidentiality, and the patient has a right to take an informed decision making. And apart from that, many of the times what we are seeing, that recording of medical records is very poor, especially in India as a developing country. Even across the different pathies, we have seen that the prescription writings are very poor. So we should be adhere to these medical writings and prescription writings. Otherwise, whatever you are doing, you are not going to do it correctly. So Dr. Suman, can you go on the next slides where I have given them
Next slide is the 14th
yes,
slide. 14th slide
yes,
is
the 15th and 16th one. There I have shown them that we should abide by these prescription writing guidelines. Okay, and an ideal prescription, it is not like we are facing corona and we should do whatever we want to do during crisis time. Even though you are in crisis time, you should abide to these certain fixed guidelines, and your prescription should be short. Otherwise you cannot claim your treatment or cure rate. So this is what many of the people are facing all these issues of bad media coverage because of these things, because we are not keeping a record. Even I have seen that over the counter people are taking arsenic album and distributing among themselves, but there is no proper record of the patients who are taking all of this and how they are taking. So we cannot claim that I have given so and so medicine to 10,000 people and no one had got corona. It is not like that. If I have a proof, I can then show it to society or to scientific world as an evidence-based medicine. Next slide. So there are some clippings which I have kept in next slides of 17 and 18 number slides. These are the success stories during the corona time, and you can see they have very clearly shown that how they have worked out this under the ethical laws, and very precisely they have used the language when they were quoting their success stories. And this side is for especially for students. I have kept this, that many of the students now they are very eager, especially I have seen that in our chat box also many students are asking how they can take UG researches and STSS researches. So there are certain guidelines, and especially in light of corona pandemic, government Ayush Bhavan has also issued this notification of interdisciplinary Ayush research and development of task force. So here also on point number C, you can see they have clearly mentioned prevention through Ayush care, development of an intervention technology, and development of an intervention technology for preventing severe. Okay. So in the severe form also, so they have categorized it into 3 different categories so that we can make it an easy form. So all you need to know as an PG resident or as an STSH student, just go through your Ayush portals and download all the PDFs which are concerned with practices advocacies for homeopaths as well as practitioners of other alternative medicines. So these are the Ayush portals from where you can get all these guidelines, which are very helpful. And so I think we should skip these slides, Dr. Suman.
Okay. Next slide.
Yes. Next, you come on the slide number. This is slide number 27. Come on the slide number 27. So this is a very good initiative by our government also, and since many years in the developed countries they are using telemedicine practice guidelines, but in India, as being a developing country, and there are certain type of mindset among the people that whether they should attend doctor in person, in real person or not, because they don't believe in telemedicines and talking about their complaints through phone or sending their videos to their doctors. So definitely there are certain types of ethical issues related to practice of telemedicine, which are very clearly mentioned in amendment given by homeopathic practitioners regulation 1982, where you can see that telemedicine will not only encourage social distancing in special situations of epidemics and pandemics, but talking to doctors will also allay their anxiety in the situation of complete lockdown. So if I can practice, I can see my patients through my video chats or through FB videos or some other platform I can use to connect to my patients. And if through the healthcare workers or some third party, if I can provide with them with medicine, so I will be being a person of medical professional, I will be committed to my service also, and as well as my patient will have a certain kind of confidence in their treatment, because it is not like that if you are having corona pandemic, that means you don't have any other diseases. Other diseases are running as they were running before the corona, metabolic disorders and any other disorder, whatever we name it, and they are still going on. And I don't know how they are washing their hands frequently, all those contact dermatitis patients, if they are not reporting to us. and how they are using sanitizers and all. So at that time they need this guidance. They want to talk to their doctors how they can use these sanitizers if he is suffering from contact dermatitis or not. So through these telemedicine platform, you can easily access to your patient and he can easily access to you. But definitely here comes the main issue of patient confidentiality at the social side. So as I have told you earlier also, that advocacy and transparency is the biggest moral which should be always there. Okay. So Dr. Suman, the next slide, can you please take us to next slide? Okay, so in view of urgency for providing this statutory basis to the telemedicine practice guidelines, it was earlier also, but now they have modified in the light of pandemic. Next. So in these slides, or this is a very precise PDF which you can download from Ayush portal also, from Ministry of Health and Welfare portal also, where you will get all the norms and protocols related to doctor-patient relationships, issues of liability and negligence, which is very important, because suppose your patient is in tertiary stage and you are just referring him arsenic album or some bryonia, it will not going to work for in your favor. At that time, you need to refer your patient to competent hospital authorities also. And apart from that, as I have said, informed consent, continuity of care, and referral for emergency services, and maintenance of medical record. It is not like that if I am doing this through telephone, so I cannot maintain medical records. It is not like that. There are certain guidelines which you should follow whenever you are using telemedicine services also. So this is how we have started with this all ethical issues during this pandemic, and these issues are always faced whether we are in pandemic or we are not in pandemic. So this pandemic has taught us many things, which like this telemedicine guidelines, which were not advocated by government in that time, but now they are promoting us, all of us, for using that. Next. So Dr. Suman. So yes, with that, I would like to conclude my session, and sorry for the interruption earlier because of some network issues. So this is a problem situation, and it is a best chance to learn how to do your best. So I learned today that there can be a lot of network issues whenever you are connecting to some webinar or also. So you should always have a second network with you. And as well as by a quote of Swami Vivekananda, I would like to conclude myself that if a man with an ideal makes 1,000 mistakes, I am sure that the man without an ideal makes 50,000 mistakes. So if you are doing all this within your ethical governance, then you are very much in 1,000 mistake step only, not you are committing 50,000. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Suman.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Yashasvi, for completing. And it is a very nice presentation. We learned a lot. We feel that it is not a matter of 1 hour. We will have to go deeper into it, and it needs at least 4 or 5 hours to discuss
Actually,
all
sir,
these things.
actually, but it is a because we all know that time our concentration span is only 45 minutes. So that is, I think that is enough for us to conclude in that much time.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Regarding, yeah, one of our presenters has already left. I'm not sure why, but we are
Dr.
already,
Basu has left. Yes, yes.
yeah, yeah. Dr. Bikash has also left. And yeah, one thing, it is already late. So I'm sure that regarding my topic, yeah, Dr. Yashashi, you can take the tell the name of the topic, no?
Okay, your topic?
Yeah, I'll go just outline,
Okay.
and we'll
Yeah.
send.
So
Yeah,
it is actually very interesting topic, and it is actually very close to my heart. This topic, demystifying medical research paper writing and publication. I am very much attached to this part, but we will be making it quite short,
the
and
time
Dr.
is very
Suman
short.
will be
Yeah,
concluding.
yeah,
Yes, actually, it's Dr. Suman. So now I am
yeah,
handing over to you.
yeah. Uh, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Actually, this topic also.
Can you enlarge it somewhat, Dr. Suman? This,
Yeah. I'll be. It is a kind of mind map. That's
yes,
why.
I know,
Okay.
I know.
Yeah. So for the last 5 6 years, I have been in editorial board of different journals, and I have gone through hundreds of medical articles, and every day I get to see around 200, 2 to 3 articles every day. So different kind of flavors in writing, different kind of methodologies in writing, I can see every day. But over the period of time, whatever I have found, especially while I am one of the editors of National Homeopathy, National Homeo Recorder, that the number of quality writing, qualitatively written articles in homeopathy is getting decreased. I'm not sure why, but it is happening. So that's why I took this topic, and it is a very vast topic. So I will just try to overview uh, overview this, and in any other future webinar we will go deeper into it. So uh, first, the myths. Demystifying means there are some myths. So what are the myths? These are the topics I have. These are the practical things. Whenever I talk to my colleagues, to my juniors, to my junior professional doctors, they always say, I am a doctor, I am not a writer. Okay, these are the actual expressions. Okay, so it is, and they say that writing has nothing to do with science. These are valid reasonings on from their thinking. Okay, they are thinking that writing has nothing to do with science, and I am a doctor, I am not a writer. Yes, you are a doctor, but the thing is that you are not allowed to uh, advertise yourself. You need to build your own reputation, and writing is a tool that you can use to establish your reputation. Writing has nothing to do with science. Absolutely wrong. Only scientific articles. Dr. Akhilesh Khan was telling, Supreme Court has already told that these are the bogus thing because you don't have any kind of evidence-based records. So, if how we are writing the article, it depends whether it has nothing anything to do with science or not. Then always they say that most medical writings are poorly written. Yes, many of the medical writings are very hard to read, and that is not the fault of the reader. That is the fault of a bad writing. And another thing, medical writing does not mean medical underwriting. Many of the people actually fail to understand that medical writing is medical underwriting. Underwriting is in case of insurance companies. Okay, so it is completely different thing. Medical writing is medical writing for writing for medical sciences purposes. And I am not going to be an academician. I will be into private practice. So medical writing and publishing is unnecessary. So the same thing, writing is a skill. You will have to understand. So I have never seen any doctor, any physician that they don't have anything to say. Always, if I provoke them, they say so many cases, so many that will fill up many things. But we are not systematic. That's why we don't want to write and we don't want to publish them. Uh, I am telling you these are the topics that needs much time, but I am just overviewing this. Medical writing is hard. Why it is hard? Because of lack of training and practice, because of lack of time, because of lack of instructors, and mostly whenever you are in PG, it is done under pressure and obviously with your negligence. That's why it is hard. These are the practical points I have tried to point it out. Another thing, just a moment. Qualities of a good medical writing. What should be the qualities of good medical writing? These are the myths and these are the facts. It should be reader based. We will have to keep in mind uh, that for whom I am writing. I am writing for the popular magazine, or I am writing for the scientific minded people, those who will scrutinize everything. Whether it is purposeful, whether it is clear, whether it is concise, whether it is accurate, simple, and free of jargon. These are the points that should be taken care of. And during getting published, especially in case of journal articles, we will have to look for mission of the journal, type of the article the journal accepts, like we will have to choose what is the best format, like whether it is case report or letter to the editor. These are the all types. Many other types are there, I will not discuss right now, but most of the articles follow one specific rule: IMRAD format. Okay, it is introduction, method, results, and discussion or conclusion. Okay, so these are the introduction: what should we write, what method should we follow, what will be the results, how we will assess, what will be the discussion. These are the topics that needs time for discussion. Okay, but one thing I'll tell you, that why the articles gets rejected mostly because of poorly written introduction and abstract. Those who are teachers here, I would like to ask you, uh, just do one experiment that will develop skills to your students, that make a xerox copy of an article, cut down the abstract or introduction part, give the body of the article, journal article, to the students, and ask them to make an abstract or an introduction. That way, very easily they will be acquainted with how it should be done. Okay, so these are the topics. It is very easy. It is time consuming, but it is very easy. It is not hard at all. That's why it is in brief that that should summarize everything. I will not go detail, because if I want to go detail, it will take 2 hours at least. So thank you everyone. Thank you, Dr. Yashasvi. Are you there?
Yes, I am here only.
Okay. So thank you very much
Welcome, Dr.
for
Suman.
helping everyone. And just a moment. Let us see everyone's face here, not just. Okay, so we are already late. I will not go far, but uh, Dr. Yashasvi, can you extend the thanks, whatever slides I provided you, to everyone? Are you
Uh,
having that?
I have that, but I think I will not be
Okay.
able to connect with
Okay, just a
phone.
moment. Just a moment. Just a moment. Just a moment.
So while he is just taking that, I would like to tell you that what he is going to share, he is going to share some slides of takeaway messages from today's webinar. So it will be
Okay,
easy for our students. Okay.
I'll share that in
Yes.
the email
That,
to the attendees, to our today's attendees. But I want to thank Professor Dr. C.R. Mahata, for, although due to interruption he was not able to deliver his speech, but he timely completed his presentation as a PPT format and sent it to us, even knowing that he may not be able to speak because of the connectivity issues. And his topic was homeopathy works in routine treatment as well as in pandemics and is explainable by advanced science. And we thank Dr. Biswajit Basu sir for his discussion on scope of research in accordance with homeopathic principles. We thank Dr. Vandana Gambhir Chopra for her enlightening discussion on integrating research practices in homeopathic medicine. And again, thank you, Dr. Suman Bagchi, for organizing this. And thank you for discussing this modus operandi in homeopathic medicine in light of new concept. And I also thank Dr. Pankaj Aggarwal, sir, for his concept of holism in modern light, like homeopathy is holism. And also, although it was interrupted 2 times, but she completed her presentation and gave us an holistic view of the ethical dilemmas of practicing homeopathy during COVID-19 pandemic. That's why thank you, Dr. Yashasvi Shakdvipiya. It is very difficult for me to pronounce. Sorry, I'm sorry. Yeah.
I have intentionally kept that.
Also,
Sorry.
special thanks for
You teach
co-hosting.
how to pronounce your name, Dr.
Sir,
Yashasvi, if you just
sir, it is Yashasvi Shakdvipiya.
Yashasvi
Very difficult for
Shakdvipiya.
attending
Yeah,
for
very
you.
difficult.
So I have made it more catchy, sir, like your title
It,
only.
yeah, it is very difficult. That means it demands frequent webinars from your part. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you everyone, those who attended. Thank you, Professor Dr. Akhilesh Khan sir, and to my guru and to Guruji of Professor Dr. Pankaj Aggarwal sir, Dr. Lm Khan sir, and also to the Dr. Subhash Singh sir. He extended his appreciation through a video, but due to technical glitch, I could not play that video online. But it was his thinking wish that we should be doing this kind of webinar frequently. Okay, thank you, Dr. Subhash Singh sir. And also this whole of the National Homeo Recorder team, including Dr. Subhashing sir, for keeping in touch, giving me the opportunity to learn so many things in an editorial board. And thank you everyone. Thank you for joining. We will meet you soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Good
everyone.
night.
Thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
night,
Good night.
everyone.
Good night.
Okay, good night to everybody. Okay.